Haha, all right. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Smudcast 869 is Wokeness, in quotes, ruining media. Okay.
Yeah.
It is?
That's an old topic. My lawyer has advised me not to answer this question.
Okay, well, that's good, because we have an entire video on it to cover, and that's from a person or YouTube account called A Little Review, which sounds innocent enough. And this video that we're about to watch came out almost 2 weeks ago and has less than 3,000 views. Good for you, sir, for a small channel. And quite a good, healthy ratio. So I don't know if this is going to be a great video to watch, or it's going to be one of those annoying things that we have to pause every minute and just rant.
It's
2 weeks. I would have thought 2 years at this point.
Yeah, we've covered this topic before.
Yeah, it feels like 2 years. It's actually just been 2 weeks, Wisp.
So maybe there's something new that's been happening in the world that is identity politics sensitive.
Mm-hmm.
Something about minorities, something about sexuality, something about women. You know, choose any of these things over the past 2 weeks. I'm sure you'll find something.
The narrative needs to be upheld or it falls apart. And they will do so even when everybody has already stopped looking at it or believing it or caring.
Yeah, and the problem here is if they don't define the term, we'll be lost and we'll have to define it for them. And if they do define the term, it'll be very, very limited. And we'll be like, well, it's not that relevant anymore because it changes every month. And then they add on to it, or they change the sensitive issue. Maybe there's a gun shooting 1 week, and then the next week there's some church burning down, and nothing to say about that. And they have to bring up something else to hinder this news cycle. So there's lots of things going on in the world of woke. And I'm assuming it relates to anime. I don't know, because the thumbnail looks like drawn cutesy cartoony.
The thumbnail is Owl House.
It's Owl House? Okay.
Cartoon crap.
I've never seen it. I just going to say this doesn't interest me.
Well, for a 10.5...
I was recommended it a long time ago and never bothered to watch it.
Yeah.
Because of the style in the first place.
Yeah, it's not for
me.
So maybe it's amazing, I don't know. It could be.
I'm going to go on a limb and say it isn't. That art style is a red flag in these days.
And then whatever moment...
I have no time to watch cartoons now. I'm too busy watching children's programs with my kids.
Oh, yes.
Wait a minute.
The good children's programs.
Well, children's programs from like the 2000s, which are just so based.
Oh,
they are. It's like, yeah, every family's got a mum and a dad.
Ooh.
You're like, oh, that would not fly today.
Is that...
Don't forget to show them the DCAU when they get older.
Well, I mean, the counterculture in the 90s was The Simpsons, which was the destruction of the nuclear family, and then it became the culture. So that was... Well, it still is the culture for the past 30 years, at least. So... And I think Simpsons is ending this year. Was it this year or next year?
Wait, when did the Simpsons destroy the nuclear family?
That was the response. They didn't destroy it. It was already being destroyed, so they are the counterculture to that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Anyway.
Al Bundy is more wholesome than families today.
You know, it's almost... yeah, it's kind of sad, because I watched that as a kid. And went, this is weird. Anyway, 10 minutes and a half of... needing to stop. Is it about... I don't even know what we're stopping, but we'll find out. Here we go.
Let's go.
Wokeness will bring that people. It's 2025. I'm still
whoa.
Folks complaining.
Something wrong with the audio?
No. He's just one of those black guys who just slurs everything and doesn't speak clearly.
Sounds a bit nasally.
Is this going to be another one of... what was that guy's name that used the N-word every sentence?
Not necessarily, but it's just everything all the time.
Yeah. Okay.
I at least hope it's better than Vertus Joe.
Yeah. Oh God. We had to stop that. Vertus Joe was so bad. We were like, this is pointless. It was just swearing at nothing. Okay. Anyway, try again.
Wokeness is ruining media, said actual brain dead people. It's 2025. I'm still...
Okay. Did he say 2025?
I think so.
I have a hard time understanding what he's saying.
I don't know.
Do we have subtitles?
Oh, let's turn those on.
Captions up here to mine. I'm reading that.
I don't know if he's...
Right, let's restart from the beginning and let them talk properly. Everyone's got their volume up and everyone's ready.
Maybe we got to slow this down. Maybe we're going too fast.
Like he seems to have a strange accent.
Okay, 0.75. Let's try that.
Wokeness is ruining media.
Ruining media.
Okay. Okay. I got
that.
Sir, your accent is ruining English.
That actual brain dead people. It's 2020.
Actual brain dead people think wokeness is ruining media. Okay. Let's go with that.
Projection.
Seeing folks complain about wokeness in TV shows, cartoon, animes, and video games.
Is this guy awake? Does he have his brain turned on? He's sounding like he's half asleep.
So he slurs. He has a lisp. He speaks nasally. It's the trifecta of being incomprehensible.
Okay, all right.
Enunciate.
Because I'm
not going to
put my
talk
head
about
down.
how he speaks, but I know exactly what this argument is going to be.
Oh yeah.
I do.
It's going to be there is no such thing as wokeness, but then also at the exact same time try and tell us that wokeness has always existed.
Oh.
And that it's good.
Yeah, that is going to be the argument here, because he's already saying, I keep hearing people say that wokeness is in TV shows, cartoons, animes, and video games. Like, well, yeah, it's the prevalent ideology in the media industry.
And I would not complain about how he speaks if I could make out what he's saying. I really can't understand his words.
Well, we are at 0.75. And I have to use subtitles because I usually put my head down and listen, but now I got to look at the screen, so okay.
How do you turn those subtitles on, out of curiosity?
They're just on for me, so I can't help you.
It's the closed caption button or the CC button.
Native
in Watch Together?
Yeah, Watch Together, go to Native Control, and then click on the YouTube window that says CC on the bottom right-hand side.
There it is.
Okay. Let's go.
Let it
there we
rest
go.
Already. Like, talk to me nice, my nigga. What?
Oh, God.
Uh-oh.
There he is. There it is.
It's Bonus Joe 2.0. Fantastic. All right.
Oh, it's censored in the subtitles.
I'm not surprised. Not even 20 seconds into the video and we get an N-word drop.
So he's going to be angry that people are talking about wokeness while using the N-word.
Can we just keep getting away with it, please? Please don't care that we keep punching your face with crap.
All right.
My N-word.
Exactly are you mad about? Oh my god, they're not only just adding one gay character, they're adding two. This stuff should never be in a kid's show. I don't want this liberal DI agenda effect.
DI? What is DI? Liberal DI?
I think he means
it's the slurred version of DEI.
Yeah, he said DEI, but the closed captions couldn't keep up.
That's cool.
The closed captions are only one bottle of vodka deep. He's already 5.
The space bar in his mouth is jammed.
Okay.
The thing is, I shouldn't like take the mickey out of accents or anything. I speak English for starters, so.
Yeah, but you bloody well invented the language, so I would hope that you would have a better understanding.
I'm allowed to butcher it.
Oh god.
At this point, I can understand Cockney and Scottish better than this.
Well, we're going slow. This is slow-mo. We have to slow it down to understand this guy. All right.
And I'm gonna hold your hand when I say this, but please shut the fuck up.
Oh.
No.
You're crying about a non-existent issue. I know.
Okay.
Oh! You just gave us the examples, and then say it's not existing. Great.
I called it.
It's the other way around. It's the other way around.
Just like Hawk said, he's going to say it doesn't exist, but then he's going to contradict himself and say it's a good thing and it's always existed.
No. Hawk was wrong. He did it the other way around. He first brought the evidence of it existing and then said it doesn't exist.
That's still the same thing, Wisp. That's like, oh, I don't know. The Germans slightly walked into Poland. That's
No. He's basically saying Poland walked into Germany by being there.
Yeah. But no,
and then it didn't happen.
It's more on the lines that Poland was on the way for Germany.
Yeah, but the thing is, this is something I've spotted recently, especially with the left in regards to defending wokeness or defending their ideology. They do not like the fact that their ideology is the main ideology that's in gaming and media. So they try and pretend that it's not. If you know what I mean. So they'll pretend that it doesn't exist because they don't like thinking that they're not the resistance or the revolution. They hate thinking that they're actually, we are the system.
They have to be the underdogs.
They also want to be contrarians. I've said it before. Leftists have no real principles or beliefs. They just want to oppose everything that their opponents stand for.
Mm-hmm. I call it obtuse obliviousness, where they, like you say, they pretend they're being obtuse with being oblivious towards it. If you get what I mean. Mm-hmm. It's like, I don't know what's wokeness. I don't know what wokeness is. I have no idea what wokeness might be. While they've got pride flags, pronouns, BLM stickers, and all that sort of being literally the stereotype of wokeness.
Well, I don't think
you're just crazy.
I don't think he's going to give us a more robust modern term of what wokeness is. He's probably going to give us some dictionary.com nonsense, which is antiquated.
Not even, because he led with the gaslight.
Well,
he's already led with "shut the fuck up."
Yeah, not a good start.
I'm not expecting an intellectual debate here.
Yeah. Okay. Oh boy.
The back knows why, but you don't. And if you don't know why, I guess you got some soul searching to do.
Wait. Why would I ever need to do soul searching based on your definition of some hypothetical guy at the back of class of your school that I've never attended? What are you talking about?
That was just random nonsense.
I have to do soul searching for a word? What?
It's a different way of knowing, Smud.
Here's this gelatinous blob of a term that changes every week. Thanks. I gotta search my soul.
Exactly am I talking about? Everything. I'm talking about everything.
Wait. No. Woke is not everything, sir. What are you talking?
What's going to happen is he's going to mistake wokeness for bare basics 1990s liberalism, which boiled down to everyone's just a grey blob. Let's be nice, kumbaya.
I'm assuming it's the social justice that just kept growing. And you could argue from the 70s, you could argue from, I don't know, the origin of the word, like the 30s or whenever it came about. But he's probably going to just bring up, I think, a dictionary.com definition, because I don't think he's very in tune, let's say, with the modern vernacular.
Race representation, race swapping, gender swapping,
what?
souls with LGBTQ themes, all that good
stuff. What? The themes? What?
All that good stuff.
Race swapping?
So all those woke things are not woke. Or what?
Is race swapping?
They're good, but they're also not there.
Yeah, because
they're also good that they're there.
We've had race and gender swapping in comic books for decades. It has nothing to do with wokedom. We have it in anime, in manga.
It depends on why it happens.
Sure, but
if it just happens for jokes, okay, that's another thing. But that's not why they do it.
Yeah, I know. But you can't just say that and show a picture of random... I don't even know what the heck was on the screen. I'm like, what is that?
It's Invincible was on the screen.
Well, not all of it. That was maybe one of them. So
no, it was at least... if you go back, there was at least 2 or 3.
Some soul searching. But what exactly am I talking about? Everything. I'm talking about everything. Race representation.
Okay, that's... Yeah, you got that one.
That's Invincible.
The big
that's the Deep from the boys.
Yeah, but the big joke about the Invincible thing here is that actually made sense that they were all white people because that was supposed to be the big white, evil white Aryan thing.
They're also
they're the evil space Nazis.
Yeah, there are also people suffering generational rot.
So
yeah, but now they made the space Nazis racially diverse, which is completely stupid.
Is the race swap an adaptation from the comic book? Is that what's going on with the boys? I don't know.
Is there even a race swap with the Deep? It just doesn't wear his helmet.
It looks relatively the same.
Yeah. Let's just agree that he's doing the right argument. Gender swapping. Who is that? I don't know.
It's a character from Invincible. I don't remember her name.
She shrinks, doesn't she?
Okay. It was a guy.
She's actually meant to die in the comics, but she lives in the show, which is weird. And that's Stephen Let's Cry Every 5 Seconds universe.
All right.
So yeah.
LGBTQ themes, all that good stuff. These are all
children married
issues that need their own videos. Now I'm working on this channel actually, so stay tuned for that. But
is he drunk? It sounds like he's drunk, even though we're slowing this down.
English, mother. How do you speak it?
Some of the chats put, Rob Elmody has put, this guy should start recording the video before taking the horse tranquilizers. And I'm like, yeah.
It is entertaining. I'm having a good time just listening to him and trying to figure out what he's trying to say. So that's good. What he's saying is a bit awkward, and that was slowed down. Again, the video with the Invincible images, I was like, what was that? It happened 2 seconds ago. Anyway.
Before we continue, what does it mean to be woke?
Oh, good.
No, not good.
You'd think he would have led with this.
Woke is one of those words that got horribly bastardized because of brain-rotted political discussion.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I still can't understand what the hell he's saying. Something about brain rot.
So he's gonna make out that the word woke only exists because the right use it.
Except it was the left using it first. Never mind.
Yeah.
You're gonna say that the left invented it, and that it meant things about racial justice, which is just Nazi shit, honestly, because you can't bring that word in Germany. The left doesn't use it in Germany, and they will never use it in Germany, because it sounds like out of Mein Kampf. And all the other stuff that then got slapped into wokeness, as when it became this umbrella term, that was also still the left. And they only claimed it was the right wing that then bastardized it when anyone not a communist started complaining about the woke stuff.
Yep.
Because, oh no, we don't do anything negative, we only do positive things.
All right, here is a super chat from Axton Zero, or Zero. I knew Joker from Persona 5 was a thief, but being black is just a double adjective, and he is already trifling great. Trifling? Okay.
Truffles.
All right, back to the definition of woke. Here we go.
Some anti-woke dude talking about wokeness, never the woke folks themselves.
Oh, okay, fair. The guy...
You talk all the time about woke stuff.
So...
You mean there are grifters out there who just use it to get clickbait videos and go on rants 27 times a day,
right,
screaming into the void, but
examples.
So
examples.
If we're giving a definition of, let's say, the word chocolate, we wouldn't have the anti-chocolate folk describe it because they'd probably have something negative to say about what chocolate is and how it works, unless they're scientists, then you would just use the proper nomenclature. Fair enough. What is it, sir? Let's get you the woke. I assume you are the woke person who doesn't exist, but let's give your definition. Okay.
He's gonna say it was our black word for black social justice awareness stuff.
Oh, the original definition.
Yeah.
He's going to do the whole thing of woke doesn't actually exist. It's just
he already did that.
Yeah, but he's going to get even more into it. Trust me.
Right.
I'm always right.
That really mean? Defined by Merriam-Webster, woke is
Defined
by what? By who?
What?
Mars?
How did you get through school? Did you get through school?
How did Merriam-Webster turn into Mars?
Because he's slurring.
By Mars. Sorry, I'm a Taurus. I don't go by yours.
According to Athena, back in the days of Antioch. Anyway.
Being aware or actively attentive to important...
Attentive?
Mm-hmm.
Actively attentive to... Okay. I gotta stop.
Enunciate.
I gotta stop pausing the video. I'm gonna go crazy.
Pronounce.
Issues, especially issues of racial and social
Nazi
justice. So within this given definition, why do people use it like it's a slur?
Wait, sir. When was
The
this?
dictionary definition of feminism is totally positive. Therefore, you can't complain about feminism.
When you have a definition in a lexicon, you realize that people can use the word over time differently as the ages pass. So the word bad could be good in the 80s. Cool could be hot. Hot could be sexy. There's all kinds of way we use words in slang.
The N-word was used as an insult, and now it's used as a term of endearment between black people. So...
and kind of like the Aussies calling their friends cunt.
And that is their definition. We have our own. I'm going to give you my own eventually because this is getting funny. So the word woke is such a big word or a compound word. There's so many definitions that why would you, knowing the definition and then knowing how it's used, even come to this conclusion? That's silly.
Seriously, we are steamrolling towards it does not exist.
Okay, if you say so.
I'm telling you right now, the left have only 3 responses to anyone noticing what they do. Obtuse obliviousness, telling you that it's always existed but it doesn't exist, and then finally just throwing insults at you. That's the only 3 responses you ever get out of them, and we are barreling towards probably insults at this rate.
Honestly,
that wasn't real wokeness. Real wokeness has never been tried.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how left-wing discourse almost always devolves into them pretending they don't understand, thus making discourse impossible.
Yeah. Well, I've made a video about it saying how debate with the left never existed. There's never any sort of debate with them because we're not interested in debate.
Yeah, you can't have a social or cultural exchange or even a conversation, not even a debate, about whatever the hell they believe in, because it's always some emotional outburst that they have to believe in that we have.
Sorry to interrupt. I've actually got a good story about this because I had a person that I knew, and something popped up, and he was a big left winger, and it didn't bother me because it never really came up. And he was talking about we need mass migration because what we need to do is get rid of the white people in England. And I was like, oh okay, that's a bit rough. Why do you want to get rid of the white people? You're a white person. And instead of answering the question, right? But instead of answering the question, he leapt across the table and tried to strangle me.
That's a bit on the nose, don't you think?
Well, at least he was honest.
Two of the friends had to pry him off of me. All I had done was just ask that question, but he got so angry about the fact that I wasn't just accepting what he said that he tried to strangle me.
Yeah,
that's the reality of these people.
Because they're psychopaths.
Yeah, he just and after that, obviously, he never came out drinking with us again because we were a bit worried about him flying off the handle. But that was the first time anyone had ever said to him, "Why are you thinking the way you're thinking?" And then obviously, as the years have gone by, I found that most of the times, once you start asking a left winger why they think the way they think, they do tend to either insult you or try to physically harm you.
Because when they realize they have never thought about it, that they get so scared of their deep void inside of them that they lash out.
All right.
Some of them used to just duck out of the conversation altogether.
Yeah,
but now that's not even an option.
No, but I can attest that because the same things happen here in Germany with the left. It's the exact same things, and I've told you the stories of that when you can sit down with them over a beer, and they think you're on their side, they will tell you everything about their genocidal plans and how they're totally happy about it all. And it's very disturbing.
I think you're a new friend. Yeah, I've got new friends. Yeah, don't worry. I learned my lesson there.
Okay.
Spilt my beer as well, which is what I was mainly angry about.
Oh, that's not that. He spilled your beer.
Yeah. Well, we were at a table.
Well, good that didn't happen in Germany, because then the whole pub would have been at his throat. Because you do not spill beer.
And we was really like, not posh bar, but it was an expensive bar. It was at least like £6 for a pint back then. I couldn't believe it. Nearly flipped.
It's a matter of principle.
If you're going to try and kill me, that's fine. Just don't spill my beer.
Yes, that's the German principle.
Okay.
It's the only beverage.
Let's get on about how wokeness.
Yes.
Let's go about how wokeness doesn't exist.
All right.
And we're all idiots.
It's been given such a bad connotation by those people, and because of that, it lost its real meaning. Based on the.
What do you mean by those people?
And real meaning.
No. The real meaning is racial justice, which is Rassengerechtigkeit, which is a term you would expect from the Nazis.
So
because that's what they did. So it's already bad. It's bad.
I mean, yes, the Nazi regime decided to collectively blame all of the economic disparity on one group of people who were also suffering the economic disparity.
Right. The reason why
these people, when they say racial justice, they say, "Oh, all our perils are because of one race of people."
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
That's I'm agreeing with you.
Well, that's what. Yeah, that's what he's saying. It's like it's the same thing, just changing around the races.
In his case, he's believing in the real meaning or his confirmation bias of whatever the real meaning should be. So that is already a very easy thing to dismiss.
The one where he is victim and hero at the same time.
Maybe, possibly. It depends. I don't know where this guy's coming from. He just seems to be slurring his thoughts together.
I don't think he's coming from anywhere. He just came out of the primordial sludge and got the script of how you can feel good about yourself by shitting on others.
I'm hoping this is a school assignment that he was forced to do because he wasn't thinking and he just had to put something together.
If this was a school assignment, then I want to burn down that bloody school because they are just turning kids into communists.
It's like never think, just consume the brain rot.
All right.
Well, my just my point here on why he thinks the word's meaningless is woke has become the term of the left's ideology. It's a simple term that people can just use to describe it. So normies can say, "Oh, it's woke," and then people know whereabouts a certain thing lies on the political spectrum. The issue is through evidence and people seeing it through their own eyes, everything that has the same stuff as what we'd class as woke has been really bad. So now it gets a negative connotation because it's just bad.
Yeah, it's become an identifier.
So it's not that people are going, "Oh, well, this thing's bad, so I'm going to call it woke." It's the fact, "Oh, this thing's woke and it's bad." That's the issue. This is what a lot of left-wingers don't seem to... well, they do grasp it, but obviously they're being obtuse with it. Is the fact that we don't just say this is bad, it's woke, because there's loads of things that are like right wing which are bad, but we don't call that woke.
And specifically,
it's the fact that
because I'm assuming he's speaking about media, and we have plenty of stories with all of these elements in media for the past hundreds of thousands of years. We've had all kinds of transvestites and women being superhuman and whatever political mumbo jumbo that we've had. It just wasn't done in a way that broke the rules of storytelling. So you could have your gay characters, you could have your bisexuals, you could have your political whatever worlds you wanted to talk about. It's when you put your writer on board moments, or you have your soapboxes, or you have your whatever kinds of silly power fantasies or whatever you want to do with your characters that break this storytelling that we've been having for thousands of years.
What you find is people enjoy entertainment, they don't enjoy lectures. And what the woke
tends to be is a lecture. That's why people don't enjoy it.
Yeah,
it's the same as when you were a kid. If you ever had those like the days of like say don't do drugs, those videos, you always got bored, watching them. You weren't ever interested in watching them, or you got some Christian group come in and they talk to you, and you'd be like, oh, I'm not really interested. Well, wokeness is just the left-wing version of that, where you're playing a video game and you've got some black character giving you a lecture about how bad colonialism is. And you're like, I don't care.
It's the same. Video game. It's the same. I always give this example because it's the most well-known I could think of. Is you read Atlas Shrugged by Ayn Rand, and there's that two or three chapters of just the writer on board moment or the soapbox moment of Ayn Rand, and John Galt is just standing on his podium, literally, and saying how bad communism is. And I'm like, okay, we get it. The story is all about that. You don't have to actually have Ayn Rand and just talk to us for 2-3 chapters. Giant dialogue or monologue. And it's nauseating. It's stupid. The whole book is about that. And then in case you're a moron, let me tell you everything that, like, Ayn, you don't do that. You didn't have to do that. Everything was laid out already. So it doesn't matter what the political message is. You do not have a soapbox moment. You do not take away the pacing of the story. You do not take away the dramatic elements. It's a story for a reason. If you want to do a documentary, go right ahead. We don't care. Anyway, I'm going to give a definition later, but I want to see where he's going with this.
What's wrong with woke? Let's get real. If I were to apply for a job and the employer makes it clear that they don't want to hire me because I'm black, and I told you, the viewer,
I can assure you.
Really?
I can.
Whoa.
Wait.
Bitch, don't give me the position. No questions asked.
Dude, I can assure you, you will not be hired because you're black. You will not be hired because nobody can understand a bloody word you're saying.
You sound
You need a
drunk,
logopedics.
So,
class.
If you guys have ever applied for a job in the past, I'd say 20 years, online or elsewhere, they will have a voluntary form for you to fill out. You don't have to fill it out. And the form will ask you about 4 questions. These 4 questions are, what is your gender? What is your ethnicity? Are you a veteran? And do you have a disability status? You don't have to answer those questions. And they are looking for, some DEI hires, they are looking for you to fill that out because they will not even question you, or they won't even look at your other forms if you don't fill that out. So no one will ever say to you, we will not hire you because of your race, even if you're white or whatever. That's illegal.
And in most Western countries, it's illegal to hire or reject people based on that in the first place.
Exactly.
Why are they making a fuss over it?
I'm pretty sure the reason he wouldn't get hired is because he constantly sounds like he's drunk. The interviewing manager would probably assume he came from the bar.
I just want to point out, I understand what people are saying, but loads of places in the UK have been done for anti-white discrimination.
Oh, it is true. I have seen it in Canada this past month.
Like the RAF have been done for it because they literally said we don't want any more white pilots.
Really?
And they like the person at the head of it had to resign.
We had our diversity hire plane on Air Canada just 2 weeks ago, and
how did that
ended upside down?
We don't. No, there was no crash, and we also had footage of people trying to get a job at Tim Hortons, and if they weren't from Sri Lanka, you couldn't get hired. So it is happening, but for the opposite direction, not because you're a minority. It's because you're white. So
and I think there's been loads of police forces that have had to pay out huge sums of money because they've told candidates we're not hiring you because you're white. And in the UK, as much as the government and the system hates it, you can be racist to a white person, and they can get discrimination. So, loads of places are like getting done for it because they're literally saying, no, we need to hire specifically coloured people to boost up numbers, and it's like, yeah, that's not.
Welcome to communism, where everything is about statistics looking nice.
Yeah, I was gonna say these corporations, they don't care about the people they're hiring based off of their race It's for a quota for sanctimonious moral grandstanding because it makes them look good on social media.
It's for a quota so they can get some more of that BlackRock money.
No, it's not about social. Look, Seraph, you're wrong about it being about social media. You would be right if you said it's about tax benefits and subsidies, because that's what they get for that.
Yep.
They get paid with your tax money that you pay that is cut off from your income, so that these companies get to do nothing. It's retarded.
All right.
It is.
We are a minute and a half, and I apologize for taking too long because we slowed down the video, but it's just everything this man is saying. We have to take a step back and pay attention.
Everyone has their own problems. Just because you can't succeed doesn't mean it's over.
Charlie Kirk, what dear.
So this is literally...
Of all the people you could have chosen for the butt of a joke, you chose Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, this is no different than straw manning or literal depictions of a straw man. There's no way Charlie Kirk is saying something like this in the context of not being hired because you're black. That's not an example
They can't even refute Charlie Kirk, shows how weak they are.
Well, most people, I mean, when he was talking on campuses, I don't know if he's still doing that. Everyone...
Yeah, he's still doing it, yeah.
Yeah, it's not even worth... Like, we know the joke already. They're not going to have a chance.
Yeah.
Our problem.
Yo, who let this nigga in here? But for real, let's be honest and look at the current political state of America right now. I'm not saying you can't be a proud American. You can rep red, white, and blue.
You can what?
You can rep
something about red, white, and blue.
You can
rep.
rep.
Yeah, you can rep red, white, and blue, but because he's slurring, the captions can't keep up with it.
You can read? I was like, what?
I got nothing, man. All I heard was red, white, and blue.
When I saw red,
like you can represent.
Is red a verb? I'm like, I don't think you can read.
See, this is why
rep. He's saying rep. R-E-P.
This is why Trump is justified in nuking the Ministry of Education, because if this is its product, it doesn't deserve to exist. It doesn't deserve any money.
A school district in Oregon decided to remove the literacy requirements for students of color to graduate because it was disproportionately affecting them. Call me crazy here, but isn't the whole point of school to teach people how to read and write? Isn't that the whole fucking point?
Yeah.
No shit.
Yeah, no, they've changed that to you just have to be a good communist.
No Child
just
Left
be a good
Behind.
Slave. Just believe in the faith.
The No Child Left Behind program has been the biggest fucking mistake on the planet. Well, not the biggest, but one of the biggest.
The initials are the same. It's like instead of no child, it's no commie.
Oh man, this is such a great video. But I've actually even opened my own alcohol, so I can.
Yeah, I just poured some a minute ago. I got some honey bourbon.
Now that you mention it.
Oh god, it's gonna take all day.
Where is my? I have some Baileys in the other room. I'll be back in a second.
All right, have fun. We're gonna keep going.
Thing is that we don't live in a perfect country. There are system and social discrimination happening right now.
There are system. What are you talking about?
Discrimination happening. What?
There are system. Yes, there are systems. I agree. What systems of what, sir? What are you talking about?
Which system?
You know what they honestly like the system and especially the like society have been so open and welcoming to all cultures, genders, ideas since the 90s. The issue is after 20 years of dealing with it, people don't want to deal with it anymore. There's a reason it's called white fatigue, black fatigue, where it supposedly is people are just getting so fed up they don't want to deal with this stuff anymore.
I think Asmongold said it best. It's asshole fatigue. People just don't want to deal with a bunch of sanctimonious, high and mighty assholes.
Yep.
All right.
Oh, and on a gender-specific level.
Gender
Specific. Gender Pacific. It's where the gender fluid goes.
How about the Baltic Sea gender?
Considering it's on that's the side of the United States California is on, I would believe they would change it to the Gender Pacific Ocean.
not the gender Atlantic border, but
I'm not just imagine sailing on the Gender Pacific and
the Gulf
reaching
of the
Hawaii
LGBT.
halfway through.
I think we're having more fun with this guy's pronunciation issues than we are with the actual topic.
Okay, as long as they don't raise the tariffs on the gender canal, everything's fine.
This guy's gonna have a stroke halfway through, and we're never gonna even tell.
Maybe he had a stroke, and that's why he's talking like this.
Oh boy.
It's in our best interest to be aware of these issues for the betterment of everybody.
What issues?
They were solved. The issues were solved.
What
and
issues?
Then you dug them up again, and then you turned on the people you should be fine with.
What were the?
We had in the 90s, it was racism was gone. It was fucking gone. And the left realized, oh shit, if it's actually gone and everybody's lovey-dovey with each other, we don't have anything to talk about. Nobody has a reason to vote for us anymore. Let's be racist to the white people and try to genocide them so that, and then say it's anti-racism, because you can't be racist against the white people, so that we can have racism again, and then people will vote for us again, and that's where we are now.
Here's the thing about this whole video. This isn't just a guy in front of a webcam going on a rant. These are PNGs. There is effort put into the editing of this video. He had to sit there and listen to his own audio and decided, yes, this is good enough. I don't have to re-record this.
Yeah, because he understands himself, and his equally gifted friends also talk like this, most likely. And they understand each other.
When I'm editing my own videos, I get annoyed by the sound of my own voice. I don't understand how people can stand this.
Yeah, that's the normal reaction.
So we have to remember what.
It's because you have a modicum of a conscience.
Well, we have to recall what the issues he was referring to and how they are for the betterment of everybody. However, that is applied, we don't know. So I don't remember.
Everybody.
What did he say that were the issues again? Gays in media or something? I can't remember exactly.
Gays, people of color. I hate that term so fucking much.
Yeah. Okay, well, one of those. We'll just stick with one.
I've already went on a rant today about that term. I don't want to do it again.
Okay.
I can change my color. I just need to step outside.
Any issue, whether it's systemic or social.
Bro, who is letting this nigga get back in here? Anyways, look, I'm not trying to go back and forth.
Can't even pronounce the N-word right anymore.
I know what I know. And why?
I know what I know. That's fantastic. It's amazing. I'm glad.
I think this is what just every SoundCloud mumble rapper sounds like.
He
has achieved gnosis, Smud.
Well, think of this. I go to school. I did a multiplication table. I know what I know. I know 9 times 2. I'm like, great.
The problem is he doesn't know how little he knows.
He probably thinks 2 + 2 is fish.
How many tautologies do we have to make up for this guy to make sense? Because I'm like, okay, woke is good. It doesn't exist, but it's a thing. There's a definition.
But it's good.
And we should stop talking about it, but I'm talking about it. It's like, okay, right?
It doesn't exist. It's always been there or something.
Yeah. It's systemic or it's not. I don't know anymore.
I don't want to live on this planet anymore.
Anyway, I'm going to give a definition because I want him to finish his so I can start, but okay.
That we do have systematic.
Again, this is the 3rd time he's using this word. Only it's systematic now as opposed to system.
Okay, I'm going to say this. Pause it for a second. If we truly do have these systematic and social barriers in place designed to discriminate against people like you, why the fuck didn't Biden or Obama remove those barriers or break those barriers when they were in power? Why didn't you Democrats, why didn't your side of the political spectrum do anything about it?
Don't ruin the narrative, man.
Like, no one ever thinks to question this. Even when Democrats were in power, it's like, okay, then do something about it. They'd rather just talk about something that may or may not be there instead of actually finding a solution.
Because they didn't have 100% of every institution under their grip. They were basically powerless while they had the presidency and wrote all those executive orders.
That's the question we're asking him, but now he's using the term objectively, which means that there's actual literal places. There's literal social barriers, which I imagine are part of the laws of a certain state, and the systems are actual institutions of, again, a certain state that have these people and laws in place that prevent something that he's going to talk about. So that's interesting. I didn't know that. Good to know. He's going to talk about it, I hope.
It's harder for marginalized groups to overcome their differences. Literally because this country is built...
Oh, no, that's a second sentence, sir. What are you talking about? What differences? What marginalized groups?
Why do I feel that this person is mentally handicapped now? Listen to this person.
It's a one-on sentence.
I was starting to think he actually did have a stroke, and he's...
No, but I'm now actually, like, incredibly, not worried, but thinking we're going to get people complaining that we're attacking someone who's, like...
Yeah, he has a stroke.
Retarded.
He had a stroke, his brain turned off, and now he can't speak properly. I know, something like that, yeah.
My brother in Christ, please, for the love of God, go to a speech therapist.
No, but like that's now my worry. Also, I just looked at his channel, and he's switched from just being like interested in like cartoons to wokeness.
Okay.
Like he does loads of videos about wokeness, and he knows exactly what it is.
All right. Well, hopefully we won't have to cover any of those because this is enough for.
Oh my God!
A good month.
I just had a look at all the stuff that's in this video. This is terrible.
Oh Lord, have mercy on my soul.
2 minutes and a half. We're going strong, I think.
Racist ideologies.
Really? What racist ideologies?
It literally was. Jesus Christ.
Wokeness is racist.
I agree with that.
Oh, Jesus.
You don't know anything about the transatlantic slave system.
My brother in Christ, the transatlantic slave trade was run by North African Muslims. The transatlantic slave trade, they sold slaves. They sold black slaves.
No, Seraph. Most of it was run by Africans themselves. They enslaved the other Africans and then sold them. Muslims did buy a lot of them and brought them east and castrated the men, which is why there are no blacks in their Muslim countries. And 90% of them died crossing the desert anyway, so we don't talk about that. Which is a worse death rate than on the ships. If you were captured as a slave, you had a better survival chance on those horrible ships that we do not look up who the owners were or who the actual slave traders were in the West. And most of those slaves went to South America anyway and were actually treated the best in North America.
Well,
yeah,
and none of them went to Europe.
That's nice and all.
You're right. The majority of the transatlantic slave trade went to South America and Caribbean islands to work sugar plantations.
This is nice, but I want to know, what does the transatlantic slave trade have to do with the laws or systems that are stopping certain marginalized groups from something? I want to know what that is.
A couple centuries ago, and everybody did slavery to everybody.
It's just victim mentality. He just wants to stand up on his soapbox, claim how much of a victim and how oppressed his people were. It's like, dude, your own people oppressed your own people.
And the reason his education is so shit is because of the left. The Civil Rights Act destroyed the American education system that was very beneficial prior to black people. That's where all the first black poets, lawyers, doctors, all of that nonsense came from.
Wasn't the largest slave owner in America a black man as well?
That was not the first one. That was the first
one. One of the first slave owners in the American colonies was a black man, yes. Anthony Johnson, I believe his name was.
Mm-hmm.
But what gets me is, why does this guy think that the transatlantic slave trade, which was pretty much smashed in the 1800s by the Royal Navy from Britain, why that somehow means that as a slurring idiot he couldn't get a job at a 7-Eleven? What does?
I think.
How does that?
I think that was theoretical. I'm hoping that was a theoretical because that didn't make any sense to me. So
you don't understand why wokeness is not a real thing. Now in 1237, yes, mate, I'm just not gonna. This is not an argument I want to listen to.
I don't even understand what he's saying in general.
Yeah, we were trying to get the.
That's why we have the subtitles on.
We need the connection.
Also,
they're not helping that much.
But all I'm going to say is this: if you're going to try and sound smart, do not call it the transatlantic slave system. Call it by its actual name.
All right.
Slavery lasted 250 years. Segregation only ended 61 years ago.
No. Slavery lasted since the dawn of man to this very day. Because guess what? The Muslim countries have not abolished it. And right now, thanks to a certain Mrs. Clinton bombing Libya to smithereens, you can buy black women in Libya on the slave market now for about $17.
The guy, did he actually say the transatlantic slave trade ended 61 years ago? He said
segregation ended 61 years ago.
Oh, segregation ended. I thought it said transatlantic slave trade.
No, he said that ended. I believe he said that ended 250 years ago. But
wait, hang on. When segregation ended before 61 years ago? Because 61 years ago is. I'm
assuming the 1964 Civil Rights Act. I'm assuming
it'd be the 60s. Yeah.
I'm guessing.
Yeah,
and
I'm sure.
That's the thing that ruined the education system. It's the very reason this education is shit, because the black-only schools that were run by New England teachers were actually excellent.
And then they
were the kids were of slave parents or former slave parents who could not read or write. So they couldn't even help the children with their homework, which means the entire education rested on the teachers. And it worked. And look at what the American education system produces since the Civil Rights Act. This is on purpose. This is on purpose. This is on purpose.
I already mentioned how... Go ahead.
That they can't read or write, can't do math, is on purpose. That's the socialist's goal, to have a dumb, emotional, immature population, because that's easier to control.
Exactly. And like I already mentioned earlier, a school district in Oregon removed the literacy requirements for students of color exclusively. White students still have to pass a basic literacy test.
Why even go?
I do apologize for laughing, thinking he said the slave trade ended 61 years ago.
Oh no, that's okay, because you can barely understand this motherfucker.
When he came out of that, I was like, oh my god, is he being serious at the slave trade end after? And I honestly thought with the way he was going that was it. But with segregation, there's loads of blacks in America who want segregation from white people now. That's really weird.
I think they get the upper hand with that.
Yeah. So I don't know why. It's one of those things where it always gets me that they'll complain about it in the past, but today they want it.
Well, it's very simple. It's very simple. They want to get rid of it when it benefits them, and they want it when it benefits them. It's that simple. These are people that were never about living together in peace. There were always people who just wanted the upper hand. And of course, not all of them are like that. But every people, every tribe has their black sheep, if you will, and there will be assholes. And you need to curtail them. You can't let them get into power. You can't let them have the say on how to run society, because they just create the same kind of tyranny and racism and whatnot again and again and again, just for the benefit of their little flock. That's all it is.
It's almost like groups have an inherent hatred of other groups and only want their own group to succeed. It's almost like a tribal thing that all groups have. Oh well. Anyway, but I wonder what this has got to do with wokeness ruining things.
Might be a misleading title.
I know my history of like the world. I don't need someone who slurs his speech to tell me that there's a slave trade.
And I'm tired that I get accused of but it's okay that we exterminate your people as well as the Finnish people and then the Norwegians because of colonialism. We didn't do that.
All right, I'm still waiting for him to stop defining his term because it's getting a little silly. But
he's not actually defined anything. He's defined nothing. He's just saying, well, 200 years ago there was a slave trade. It's like, yes, okay, next thing. Oh yeah, segregation ended 61 years ago. Okay, that's great. So what is the definition of wokeness then?
The seed that would turn into the wheat, that would turn into the flour, that would turn into the bread that his father ate to make the sperm to abandon him afterwards, wasn't even planted yet.
Okay.
But that's where he places his problems.
What's the description? What's the description?
Anyway, let's keep going.
Who remember using a white-only bathroom. They really want you to believe that this point of America is just ancient history. No, these are recently happening events. At least in...
These are originally happening events? What does that mean?
So they're in the past, but they are still happening in the past, okay?
I don't...
They're real in the past.
What gets me is... in the terms of America,
hear this again.
61 years ago is the distant past because of how young the country is. And that's like, there's nothing against America or anything like that, but we've only got 250 years of history. So when you look back at it, it goes like, well, 60 years it's quite a long time actually in American history. If it was talking about, like, say, Britain and say something happened 6 years ago, oh yeah, that's recent because we've got a history of thousands of years. But it's still the past. Things have changed. For the better? Who knows? But, anyhow. Anyway.
This point of America is just ancient history. No.
So he says it's not ancient history.
These are recently happening events.
These are originally happening events. Yeah, in history.
At least in a historical sense.
So it's ancient it's not ancient history. It happened in a historical sense. What? Ministry of Education, burn it down. Burn it down. Burn it down. Leave no stone untouched.
Wow. That was a really well thought out sentence. I'm not sure he wrote that or thought that or just said it.
I'm honest. I'm 100% sure he wrote that.
Oh, really?
Yes.
With a
that meme
with his mind
on fire.
With his big-headed mind.
Okay.
Is that 250 years of slavery plus 60 years of segregation against a...
What are we doing?
I thought the segregation was over 60 years ago.
So, was that subtracted from 250, or are you just adding 60 on top for no reason? What are you doing?
Math isn't his strong suit either.
I don't get it.
Even if... So, hang on. If he adds on 60 years to when the slave trade ended, then that barely reaches World War II. The slave trade pretty much ended in America in like 1865.
Are we talking about 310 years ago? What is he talking about?
I don't know.
I'm lost. The slave trade ended in slave trade ended in 1865 in America.
Okay.
Plus 61 years is 1926. So he's saying segregation ended in 1926 then, if he's adding that on. Which is 40 years before segregation actually ended. This guy hasn't got this. he's so confident about being right while being so wrong.
So 2025 minus 310 is 1715. What is happening in 1715? What's going on here? Did I miss something? Is there
War of 1812.
100 years later? What the fuck?
I know in 1760 something the British fought the French near Canada.
Was there an American? Well, there must have been something happening. Some kind of sort of landing occurred.
Yeah, there was like British. There was 13 colonies.
Okay.
At that point, which were English. So if he's going by that knowledge, when the slave trade ended in 1805.
Okay. Okay.
Oh.
Let's stop with the math because I'm already confused what he's even talking about. So let's.
I don't know. It's like, so the reality is 250 years of slavery. Okay, which slavery? Whose slavery? What slavery? Because you've got to narrow it down.
I don't even know if this is misinformation at this point, because it's
What's
just
60 years of segregation?
it's just white noise. Or is it black noise?
Oh God. Anyway.
Black noise. Like
Noise of color. It's noise of color.
I could have sworn
The
I said it was.
we know for sure the N word is black noise.
Okay, well, I could have sworn it was. I said it was 2 minutes and a half, like an hour ago. Now we're at 3 minutes, so I don't know what the hell I've been doing for 30 seconds. But anyway. Okay, we're at 3 minutes.
Traffic of people will, of course, do to a society. So what's so wrong with our media using this to convey a message of an important, meaningful meaning?
But consumers just...
Meaningful meaning?
Sorry, what the hell did he say? I still can't understand him.
Is that like spicy spice and salty salt and wet water or what? Exciting excitements?
Take a deep breath, Wisp.
Jesus Christ!
I'm sorry.
What did he say?
There's a character. There's two characters in Chrono Cross called Salt and Pepor, and they're the way they talk is they say the same word as an adjective and as a noun, or an adjective as a verb. So it's excitingly exciting, or it's greatly great. We're running away. You know, it's always the same word, right?
It's the lamest pleonasm imaginable.
Yeah, it's as soon as I saw it, like this is silly. This is a joke, right?
I'm going fast, quick.
Meaningful meaning. Write that one down, guys. We've struck gold here.
13 and
Yeah. But this guy, this brings us back to the whole education thing that I mentioned before. This guy needs to read. Well, he can't read probably. He needs to listen to the audiobook Black Rednecks and White Liberals by Thomas Sowell that explains to him how the education for black people was better before the Civil Rights Act.
Yes.
And how it's shit since.
All I know
would
is
have
this.
to have a basic literacy understanding if he scripted this video.
He just needs to click on buttons.
Next to doubt on that, Seraph. Big time.
Anyway,
The thing is, like, these people like write a script down. They've got the editing. They do all this, and they just mess up. I do a video where I'm just sat in front of the camera. I do it in one take and say my stuff, and it all comes out correctly. How do these people not know how to speak? It is so simple.
I mean, it is easy to stumble on your own words, but you retake that line and edit the bad take out.
Yeah.
Hawk, that is because you have white supremacy magic. It's unfair.
Oh yeah. Oh, I got to keep remembering that before every video I take my clan hood off, and it helps me speak better.
okay, that was 2 seconds after the 3 minute mark. This is going to be a long night.
We've got to find the meaningful meaning of this video.
Okay.
Bloody hell.
So damage to a society. So what's so wrong with our media using this to convey a message of an important, meaningful meaning?
What? That's not a thing, sir. Stop using it. Okay, I'm going to use my definition of woke because we skipped over whatever the hell he's trying to say. I mentioned before it was about social justice in the original sense. Now it's social justice for current times. So originally it was used as social justice for minority politics. So used to pretty much make people or liberals feel morally superior without them
Isn't that just all socialism?
I'd have to analyze exactly what happened with
Except
socialism.
for Bolshevism, which claims to be the majority.
You'd have to look at what exactly they were trying to sell as socialism back then, because before it was a mathematical concept of economics, right? You're like, okay, this is how people should behave.
But that was just a scam to sell to the working class.
Well,
which you could argue is actually a majority.
Well, you could. Whenever you sell any kind of ideology, it has this ideal, which is the extreme, right? So Plato's Republic has this ideal. Socialism has what's post-scarcity, and democracy has everyone gets a say, and direct democracy, right? So we never get there. In case of certain examples in history, we can say, okay, Greece did this, and this tribe of Greece did that, and Swedish countries do that. Yeah, you could say that, but I don't know exactly what they were selling to say that would make them feel morally superior. It was more of a mathematical concept. So anyway, so the issue is that they don't actually change anything. They just speak about it. They think they know what they're talking about. Then they have the online behavior of wokeism. So it's like a trend. It's like, oh, you're woke, I'm woke. We get along as we share these ideas, whatever they are, even though no one's defined them. So instead of actually changing things or talking to lawyers or talking to municipal leaders and saying, what can we do? So there's no actual change outside of arguing for, like, whenever something comes by, like all cops are bad. Therefore, we're going to decrease the budget for the cops and increase the budget for safe shoot-up sites or immigration or whatever, public housing. So it's a form of financial balancing or rebalancing.
Wouldn't a better thing to do would be to budget that money for better police training and screening so you don't hire psychopaths to law enforcement?
Not when there's a whole movement and there's a bunch of people chanting things outside and burning down public and private.
Instead of dismantling the police, you fix what's broken in the police.
No. The issue is with a lot of them is it's not what's broken in the police, because they think the idea of having a police force is broken. That's the issue. That's why they won't spend money on anything like to improve the police force, because they think the idea of actually having a police force is what's wrong in the first place. The only reason crime is committed is because there are laws that stop you from doing stuff.
Well, that's the
yes and no, Hawk. That's a phase of the plan matter, because they're only against the police while they are not in power and don't control the police. Once they have total control, they are all for the police because it enacts their will.
There's a portion of them that don't actually want the police force in general. And
that's the useful idiots. They'll be disposed of.
Well, this is
afterwards.
the argument without examples or history or knowledge of history, because that always seems to turn back on itself and say, oh, actually, we do need the police. But this is what I tend to umbrella term as performative activism, and it's mostly online.
Yeah.
So, and that is based off the problem of the week or the problem of the year or the problem of the month, whatever the big issue is for those people. Right now, it's what's the opposite of anti-Semitism? Pro-Palestinianism? I don't know. It's one of those.
No. Anti-Hamitism?
I'm not sure, but
maybe
every news story the past few months this year have been about Palestinian issues, and no one seems to be doing anything about it.
Oh, the opposite of anti-Semitism would be Semitism. Obviously.
Okay. Let's go with that. Anyway, that is what it has become in a colloquial sense. Traditionally, if we talk about the past 15 years, I'd say 15, 14 years, would be Marxist Maoism with American and Chinese characteristics. So we're talking about the multi-headed hydra of classical economic Marxism, which is a very distant term we're using for woke. There's radical feminism. That could be anything past the fourth generation, I think, fourth wave. Then there's
I would argue the
whole thing was a socialist scam
from the 70s. Yeah, exactly. Then we have
even with the suffragettes.
Oh, really?
Because what they wanted, they were. You read what they actually said and how they were described. These were cluster B women, through and through. They were terrorists and racists. They complained that it was not okay that black men got the vote before the women did. Because black men already had to vote in England because they served in the military. And the suffragettes didn't like that. And the suffragists, which were women opposed to the suffragettes, yes, I find it sounds like from a comic book, did not want the right to vote because they thought that would mean that they would also have to be drafted and serve in the military, which they of course didn't want and found silly because women shouldn't be wasted at any front line because they are the ones who actually ensure that the civilization can keep going. What the suffragettes wanted, however, was not equality in how to get the vote. They just wanted the vote without having to serve. So
the act without responsibility.
Exactly.
All right.
Privilege without responsibility.
So that was the feminist.
While there were already women who had the right to vote because voting was also based on property.
All right.
Like if you had inherited, for example.
We don't need a history lesson on feminism, but thank you anyway. It's nice to know. I want to get through this.
I was going to bring something up. In the Republic of Texas, when it was still an independent nation, freed slaves had the right to vote, own land, and hold public office, as did women. When the vote for annexation came, the feminist movement was promised they would be allowed to retain those rights if they voted in favor of annexation, and they did.
All right.
So yes, the feminist movement took rights away from freed slaves.
Interesting. Okay, I want to get through my multi-headed hydra and then bring it back to the video because this is just what I've learned. There's critical race theory or just race theory, which is a legal issue or a legal term, which had nothing to do with academia unless you're studying it. You had to be a lawyer. Then there's post-colonial theory. Then there's queer theory. Then there's intersectionality, and intersectionality is basically a form of classism. So class, race, gender, and then apply that to any minority you want. And then we can talk about the trans movement, which has somehow been part of this as well. So there's all these little facets.
They all operate by the same mechanics.
Yeah, it's all Marxist logic. It's all one system of oppression, and you always have to uplift the minority group for whatever reason, all within this umbrella term of performative activism. Because there's no way in hell anyone who thinks themselves as woke believes in all of these things, understands them, can argue them, has gone to school as a lawyer to fight for these people because there are issues of minority misrepresentation. It happens, but not in the way that they're saying. And they have exaggerated these issues, and it becomes performative online, and that's all it has become. I do not see these issues getting better for people, at least in my country. So that to me is wokeism, with this multi-headed hydra of the soup du jour or the issue du jour or de mois, de l'année, whatever time frame you want to put this on. So anyway,
it's almost like they've got all these different things as a shield to say, well, nothing can be woke because look at all these different things. Like with communism, they go, oh, well, there's Leninism and Stalinism and stuff like that. And you're like, well, no, they're pretty much exactly the same.
Yeah, Maoism.
They just have like one or two different things.
Yeah, Maoism is just the same thing with Chinese characteristics. The same way wokeism is Marxism with American characteristics. Exactly. Yeah.
Trotskyism is just communism, but with more ice picks.
Okay.
And but to be serious, like the way what you're describing is everything you described merges into each other under that umbrella term of Marxism. Yeah. It's just the fact that they use these different terms to say, well, I'm not woke. Look, I'm only a trans activist. I'm not woke because I'm only interested in critical race theory. You're like, no, but you're all under the same umbrella. You're all together.
Yeah, it's very similar.
Like, we're all different.
It's actually very similar to when we talked about. I think Whisp and I talked about this. The atheism plus what it became. It didn't have to merge into all this other nonsense, but it became that as a result of the moving energy of people arguing about atheism as a whole. And
no, I thought atheism, the American atheism movement, was deliberately targeted by the socialists because it was the one movement capable at the time and for the longest time, of actual critical thinking, of critical debate, of logically taking apart nonsense and scams. And so it had to either be destroyed or taken over, which is a type of destruction. And so they injected feminism into it. That is what the plus means. Feminism, which then brings social justice, which is socialism, and thereby atheism had been captured by what is effectively a cult, while atheism was against cultism. Right. So now atheism was actually controlled by a political religion, if you will.
Right.
And so it's gone.
Yeah, and the outcome...
The plus is the flag in the ground.
Yeah, the outcome was to eliminate this movement for whatever reason, and now the only thing that lasts through wokeism is the moral superiority of saying, well, I'm not with the other group because I believe in everything that is good and makes me feel good, even though I can't argue or fight for or believe in any of it because, I don't know, they're in their 50s now, these people.
Well, what I find interesting about, obviously, the discussion of woke and why I think the left are desperately trying this whole, well, it's always for good or it doesn't exist, is because we've had so many years of being under it, and like you said, Smud, nothing good's really come out of it. Everything's getting worse. Entertainment's getting worse. Laws are getting worse. Like everyone can see the surrounding areas getting worse.
We see all the worst predictions coming true.
Yeah, they haven't actually got a foundation to defend anything because their entire ideology, the entire foundation of their ideology is the destruction of something else.
Yeah, and they can't, of course, openly advocate for that. So internally they know, we know that because they've told us, but externally, towards all the ignorant people, they have to pretend that they're actually the good guys and are against destruction. So that they can keep destroying, because if they were openly destroying all the time, well, people would not take it for that long and just get rid of them. That's all it is. It's the most childish trick.
Yeah, so, and especially like people are even saying in the chat, is he actually mentioned anything about the value about media and wokeness and stuff? No, he's not, because he can't actually defend his side of things. So he's just going to go on this long ramble about absolute nothingness, saying that it doesn't exist.
Emotional.
And yeah, he started off with the obliviousness, not knowing what woke is, even though he clearly does, because I've looked at his channel. His very next video is about trans characters and how good they are. So he knows he knows what he's talking about. So he's gone to the obtuse, oblivious one. He's going to start going about how, even though it doesn't exist, it's always been there and it's a good thing. And then he's going to finally end, especially with these Charlie Kirk things, with just insults. It's the 3 steps of the left-wing response to everything. And it's the only positive is the fact that because he's slurring his words so much, it's just hilarious.
And it's the left loves to put everything under umbrella terms all the time in order to obfuscate, in order to slap things together that don't belong, in order to ship horrible things behind a shield that is actually innocent. And here, the term woke is basically an umbrella term that they now reject because it has come to call them out.
Well, it's something that I think what the worst thing is, it's the fact that the average person on the street can go, that is woke. So to them, because they're such also superior snobs as well, they think they're better than everybody. If the average person on the street is understanding what you stand for, well, they don't like it, so they try and distance themselves from it. I think that's also a thing that comes with it. So they try and hide again, because like you say, Wisp, they don't like being spotted for what they're doing, because everyone knows it's destruction. They like
the worst thing you can actually tell them is, I see what you're doing.
Yeah. So I think what's happening here is, especially with them trying to hide and say, well, we don't know what woke is, they're trying to trick the general public into thinking it doesn't exist, so they can carry on in the shadows doing what they want.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to say, we could talk about this for years, to be honest. Shall we try and get through? And
we have.
All right.
Well, yeah. But...
Yeah, we have to listen to this gentleman for at least another hour. I don't know how long this is going to take. Okay.
Another 7 minutes.
Yeah, well, theoretically.
In minimum.
Okay, here we go.
Wait, how quick is this video again? As in, like, what speed are you on?
0.75.
Oh, no. So we're not even speeding it up to get through it quicker.
We can't. We literally can't.
I mean, slowing it down this fucking much, we can still barely understand him.
There we go.
Reason without a political agenda.
Yo, shut up, Charlie Kirk. Everything is political. Me drinking water is political.
No.
Me drinking water is political?
He actually said it.
How is...
and now it is political again.
Water is not a human right. Water is not a human right. If you're in a fucking desert, what right do you have to water?
Well, the CEO of Nestle said so, so it must be true.
Political.
Yeah, look. He didn't get the memo. He didn't get the memo that the left has switched to that all the woke things that have been achieved are not political because they have been achieved. So we should just accept them being there.
Possibly put it best. Saying that all art is political doesn't mean that politics affect our everyday life. That is not the same fucking thing.
I'll always say this. When people talk about art being political, what they don't mean is a left-wing fucking 2-hour-long lecture that bores the shit out of them. What they meant is, in the fictional world that that the person created, you had fictional versions of politics which felt like they'd grown up and been moulded by that world. So, like when you read Lord of the Rings, no one's called a Nazi. No one says fascism. Tolkien created different groups of people, and they had their own political beliefs and their own rules and legislations and stuff like that felt natural to the world. It's like
that's what the Nazis are for. They're looking for hobbits under the tree.
Yeah, but like in Dragon Age, before it went to Californian gayness, no one was a Nazi. No one was like a fascist. It was a world where the politics was, these people are trying to live. This is how politics would naturally evolve. It doesn't look anything like our world.
Yeah, as I said 10 years ago.
We didn't have the modern day contemporary bullshit shoehorned into it.
Yeah, as I said 10 years ago, the line, that's why he even says, me drinking water is political. No, it's not. When the left says everything is political, what they mean is, we want a say in everything you do. The private is political means, we want a say in what you do in your bedroom.
Yeah, well, the idea
we want a say in your thoughts.
The idea that water is a human right is just a lie. Like I said, if you're on a dinghy in the middle of the ocean, what is your right to drink water?
It's a need for survival, but you're going to need to ration what water you have so you don't waste it.
But once you drank it, what's your right to have water? Where's that? It doesn't exist.
Saying something is a right does not make it immune to scarcity.
Yeah, if you're in a desert and there's no water, is it breaching of your human rights?
The argument is it begins earlier. Because the left wants to make water a human right, which is ludicrous. Because I give you all this homework, go and read after the stream. Go and read the Human Rights Charter, the UN Human Rights Charter that was written in response to the crimes of the Nazis. And at every article, you ask yourself: does socialism, does the left, in theory and or practice, support or oppose this article of the Human Rights Charter? And if there is at least one, and I'm telling you, you'll find at least 29 articles in the Human Rights Charter that socialism opposes, it does not have the right to ask for another human right.
You actually read what the human rights are. They're not human rights. They are things that are provided to you by an overarching government. and you start reading them, and it's like the right to housing, and you're like, that only exists if there's a house to live in. Right. It's not a human right. If there's no houses, how do you have the right to live in one?
You have to make your own shelter. You have to take initiative. You have to take responsibility.
But that's not a human right. These are supposedly rights that you cannot exist without. So that's the idea of human rights. You cannot exist without these things. You need them. And it's like, well, yeah.
Well, that's the argument for making water a human right. But more importantly, bodily integrity is part of that. Privacy is part of that. The protection of the family is part of that. Mm-hmm. These and many other absolutely basic things that socialism actively opposes. Socialism opposes the family. Socialism opposes free and fair trials.
Yep.
Socialism opposes bodily integrity. I don't think we need to bring up examples about that one. Not at this point.
Also, this thing here, porn will become a crime under Republican proposals. Right, okay. Porn was actually illegal in the past.
You know, I'm kind of in support of that one there. Porn is bad for you.
Well, on the other hand, pedophilia would become legal under socialist rule, because it's what they always do.
I mean, Stalin's right-hand man was a sexual predator.
We don't even need to go there. The German Green Party had its resolution for legalizing it in the 90s. Mm. Many of those who signed it were then later in the federal parliament. This is not anything new. This is or old. Well, it is old, but it's not dying out. Socialism. You can you please complain about the Catholic Church all you like. You're justified in that because they hide away their predators, which means they are corrupt. Yes, horrible. However, they still have enough decency left to understand that we actually shouldn't have these people, and the public doesn't like it, so we'll hide them away. But socialism is the only ideology out there that openly advocates for normalizing it. And they're the ones who cry about anime.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So yeah, this everything is political. It's such a full offense to them. It's such a low IQ argument point that it can be beaten by so many different rebuttals that I don't know why they even try and do it. And if you notice as well, he's raising his voice at this point, like he's trying to make some sort of profound statement, and it's like, no, you're not. You're just literally talking bullshit now. Pardon my French.
Anyway, 21 seconds after 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Whew. Here we go.
Political. Everything is political in society. Because why? Because society is inherently political.
No,
and by the way,
that's not how that works. That's not how that works. You don't know what these words mean. You have just been taught slogans by your communist friends.
Media to be less is also political. I'm going to get this off my chest. A show being woke doesn't make it a bad show. A bad show is bad because it's just bad.
Yeah, and anytime we only criticize, even if we only criticize the story, you will come out and tell us that we just hate it for all the other reasons. We've had this all the time. We've had this with feminism. We criticize the writing, we criticize the characters being written bad, and then you come out, you just hate it because it's feminism, because it's socialism, because it's black people. No. Bad writing comes with the woke stuff. Because you only care about your ideological fetishes. Your propaganda. You want to see that. And the problem is, you can't write that well. Because all the people who do write that are incompetent people in the first place. You've gotten rid of all the competent people. Because competent people look through your scam. And that's why you need to get rid of them. Because you can't have your scam when you are working with people who see through it. And they probably don't want to write for this crap either. And it's really hard to write this crap in a good way.
That's kind of why I think those anti-woke shows we got, like The New Norm or whatever that one about the woodshop teacher was called was controlled opposition because it's just objectively bad writing, but it's taking a jab at these left-wing policies in a very superficial way.
Yeah, you can. I think I don't know. I'm just trying. Someone else talk. I can't think about what I'm going to say. I've got to think of these words a bit better before I say my part.
Alrighty, let's keep going.
Yeah.
Is Velma. I completely despise Velma. Care know about it. Out of all the criticisms I had for Velma, I will never say to make it better, every main character had to be the original race. Because in actuality, that
it would be better.
That's the least of that show's issues.
Yeah, really. That is the least of its problems. It wouldn't make the show better at all. It would just be the same shit.
Yeah.
But the fact that they race swapped them just feels like it's directly antagonistic toward the original fans.
Well,
yes, it is. Yes, it is.
It's basically they're basically telling on themselves with that. Just with that
yes,
alone.
It is. Yes, it is. But switching them back without changing the writing, without changing how the characters are written, doesn't save it at all. It doesn't help it at all.
Yeah, fair.
The issue, one of the issues is about the. Yeah, but the issue, especially about obviously the Velma show, is they race swapped everybody apart from Fred, who they made an idiot and the butt of all jokes. Yeah, and pathetic. But they race swapped everyone else.
Everyone is just a horrible person.
Yeah, Velma became Indian. Shaggy just became a black guy. Like Daphne became Asian. And you're like, right? Why is Fred the only white person? Oh, yeah, he's a man-child baby. Rich boy who's an idiot. And you're like, right, okay, that's the reason why he's still white. You needed him to be the butt of all your jokes, which is horrifically racist when you actually think about it.
They're also horrific. They also make Daphne the butt of a lot of jokes because she's Asian now, and Asian is white adjacent.
And because she's
until she becomes lesbian for Velma.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Doesn't solve anything about the show's problems. If we take what Velma is as a character within her show and just make her white, the problem still lingers. If you are hyperfixated,
no, the problems would never have existed because they would have just made an actual show about Velma. The issue is they made a show about Mindy Kaling, and she's an absolutely psychopathic cunt.
Like she's just a horrible person.
Yeah. I know, that's what I said, psychopathic cunt. I know what I'm saying. But that's the issue. It's not about the fact that, well, it's just Velma's character. No, it's because Velma in the show is not Velma. These are not the actual characters.
The race swapping just comes with it.
Yeah, if you had kept the original characters the way they were, the show would not have been the way it was. Because the reason they were race swapped is to shoehorn this stuff in. The show knows the show knew what it was doing. That's why they race swapped to everybody. It was the biggest middle finger they could give. Like someone put the sheer venom in this show towards the franchise.
Evil cannot create; it can only destroy.
Yeah, it was actually amazing how downright horrible this show was.
It's amazing how everyone is united in hating this show, regardless of your political standing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the leftists actually liked the Scooby-Doo characters.
Because it's a fun and charming little show.
Oh, that's not the point. It's because they like the whole Velma Daphne thing.
That too.
All right.
in her race, you're the problem. That's a deeper issue. What about her personality, her dynamics? Nothing that has to do with race. And if you really think it does, stay a fucking clown. There are so many popular shows, but like your standard is nothing more just DEI bullshit.
This is DEI bullshit.
Look at that poor
This
screen.
literally is DEI bullshit. Like
that poor screen. While he's
it encapsulates everything about DEI, actually.
Why does Velma feel a need to start twerking there? I don't I don't want to know the context of that scene.
She's also twerking over Fred's dead mother, I think, in this scene.
This is
oh yeah, because he's a rich white male, and that's bad.
This is a pretty gruesome. I mean, you've got someone being impaled by a stalagmite. You've got someone throwing up. Everyone's covered in blood. Velma is smiling like a psychopath from like The Shining or something.
So twerking.
And she's twerking. It's just everything is just. This is just overload.
This sums up all of this in one image.
And also, this also shows leftist writing. Like, they have no sincerity. Everything is done ironically. So when there's negative backlash, they can claim it's a joke. They are literally Schrodinger's douchebag.
Yeah. All we need next is like bestiality and, think of any other gross things you want to throw in here.
No. All you need to complete this image is for it to be Scooby-Doo. That's the one right on the ground there. That's all you have left. That's all you need to finish it off.
The thing is, though, what gets me is there's nothing to do with race. Velma, when she was white, never did any of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Velma has only done this stuff when you made her a brown self-insert of a brown actor. And now she's twerking, acting like an asshole, doing all these horrible things.
Because it's just Mindy Kaling.
Yeah, just Mindy Kaling. Fred was, a decent guy in the other shows, but because the creator doesn't like white people, he became this terrible person. Daphne was changed to Asian so that Velma could have a gay relationship with her. Because Daphne loves Velma for some reason. Okay. And Shaggy got turned into a black guy because for some reason Mindy Kaling couldn't imagine Shaggy doing drugs without him being black.
Oh, they don't even do drugs now. They all hate drugs, and there's no little snippet jokes in there about pot culture.
Yeah, but the idea of Shaggy has to be a black person because there were drugs involved at some point as the joke.
Also, he's a major simp for Velma.
Nobody is more racist than the woke left. I have, and I've been in gaming groups, board games, role playing games. The leftists that think themselves so morally high and mighty, when they make these jokes, like when other people make a snide comment or something, like everybody knows, okay, the context of the game and that it's in character and it's a joke. When the leftists say it, you don't get that vibe that it's a joke. You get the vibe that they mean it. And sometimes some of the things they say, and they don't seem to say it in character. Especially when you're not playing a role-playing game, but a board game, and they say these things. It's not funny. It's just weird. And it's really hateful. And the next strange thing is when you get to somebody's house for a role-playing evening, and then imagine the whole house is plastered in German context in no AFD stickers, like the political party AFD, that they all claim is the new Nazi party. Imagine you plaster your home in crossed out swastikas because you hate the Nazis so much. So you plaster your home, your sanctum, and the rooms of your children and their doors in the symbol of your enemy. Instead of your own symbols, you plaster the symbol of your enemy everywhere. So you can have your perpetual 2 minutes of hate.
I'm starting to think that the swastika is just their symbol. They just aren't ready to claim it yet.
What?
These left-wing socialists, they're the ones drawing swastikas on everything.
Their symbol is the sickle.
All right. Anyway, let's continue.
The Boys, a political commentary on capitalism within America, while using superheroes as a device to tell their stories. I love using The Boys as a prime example.
Yeah, it's ham-fisted.
And it's also a bad show.
Yeah, by the admission of the IP's own creator, the show sucks dick.
I mean, the whole point of The Boys is it was a comic book series about superheroes written by a man who hates superheroes.
Yeah. Also, that's great to start with, but then since season 3, everything has just been, oh, look how bad Trump is.
Because the wrong people liked my show.
I was going to say, to Sarah's point, it's like a guy who hates superheroes, and despite that, still had a hand in writing the best Punisher run that has ever been put out there.
Well, when you're talking
which is Punisher Max.
Well, the Punisher's not a superhero. He's a gun-toting sociopath.
Well, that's
serial killer.
That's how he was able to get away with it.
Well, when you're talking about satires, you can get away with a lot of things, and you could do political, social commentaries. That's part of what satire is anyway. So it's like you can talk about capitalism, but I don't think that's the focus of The Boys, unless there's a particular episode they want to address that, because there's so many seasons now. So I think
it's just projection.
No, I'm sure you can do that. It's not
when you first started with it, it was capitalism bad, but then very quickly, is it Eric Kripke, isn't it, who does it? He just became, we can make Homelander like Trump, and then we can insult Trump over it. While at the same time, the two most popular characters of the show have become Homelander and Soldier Boy, and both of those are just actual Americans, and people are really going with them, no matter how much they get portrayed as being bad people. It's because they've actually got character and character growth, whereas everyone else is just a bland political lecture.
Yeah.
So
just a paper cutout.
Yeah, that's the issue. Also, it doesn't help that is it Anthony Starr, who plays as Homelander, is really good, and then Jensen Ackles plays Soldier Boy, is a fantastic actor, and the only other person is Carl Urban, and even now they're making Billy Butcher more of a bad guy, and Carl Urban's just blowing it out of the park.
Who's Urban playing?
The Butcher.
Is it Billy Butcher?
Yeah.
Yeah. So these actors are really good in their roles. The issue is they're being portrayed as the bad guys, while the good guys just aren't bringing it anymore.
Yeah. And one strange thing is that the left always wants us to feel pity for the bad guy, especially for the psychopath, and except here.
Yeah. Well, there are some exceptions. That the recent Puss in Boots movie made the villain just a straight up fucking asshole.
Yeah, but that was refreshing. That was good. That was
hilarious.
It was a wonderful, wonderful villain, because he was actually evil and embracing it, and it was fun.
That was hilarious. What did I do to deserve this? I mean, what specifically? That's hilarious. Just give me villains that are just straight up assholes again. I don't need some deep, sympathetic, nuanced villain. Give me one that's just a fucking asshole through and through.
What gets me is, nowadays a lot of villains are written as, yes, I'm going to destroy half the world, but I will not use the N-word. And you're like, oh, well, thank God for that.
I have standards. I wouldn't betray the IRS. Dude.
Hey, I may be a genocidal maniac, but I'm not a racist.
Yeah, that's...
It's I hate everyone equally and want to exterminate all. There's a joke you can make with it, but if you're going to do it, go the extra mile and make the joke.
Yeah, that was the comic book with the Joker. He was saying, I may be a homicidal maniac, but I'm not a Nazi. I'm American.
Yeah, I hate that so much.
I'm a maniac, but I'm an American genocidal maniac.
I mean, yeah, and that's funny.
Okay.
That's funny in a vacuum as a one-off thing, but in the grand scheme of things, Joker doesn't care about ideology. He wants to destroy everything. Remember, he actually had a groupie henchman woman for a while that had a swastika pasties over her tits.
Yeah, that was by Frank Miller, and Frank Miller's insane. So we don't.
Yeah, Frank Miller's kind of out there.
Yeah, we can't. He's a guy who can't understand why Rorschach was liked by everybody.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean the only guy with principles and morality is liked by people?
Oh, the guy who got revenge on his child abuser and then goes out to hunt down child abusers is liked by people. Huh.
I wanted him to be hated by people. I'll let him be the only person with morals in this story. What?
Well, in that case, maybe we should look through Mr. Miller's hard drives.
Oh, he's nuts. Didn't he make like a story about 9/11 or something with a superhero, and it was just crazy. Yeah, he's insane.
I know his run of Batman, he had Robin live in the Batcave and have to fend for himself to get his own food, and like, good God.
He had Batman have sex with Black Canary on top of an unconscious man.
Yeah, I think Frank Miller needs therapy.
He also had Batman run over police officers going, good, I don't like cops. Oh, Alan Moore. I'm confusing Frank Miller with Alan Moore. They're both insane. They're both
what is it with these people?
All right.
Either they're crazy evil banksters or they're crazy evil writers.
Let's keep going.
Yeah.
Actually work. You take a look at the cast members in the original source material, they race swapped every fucking character, gender swapped damn near everyone, and changed the integral part of the source material in the name of spreading wokeness. And it worked. Yeah. The show is so in your face with their leftist propaganda that their whole last season was about Homelander using the dumb idiot conservative party
I'm glad you're aware that it's just leftist propaganda.
Yeah.
Credit.
What do you mean it worked? It was shit.
Everyone
contradicted itself.
Literally, everyone hated it. It was one of the worst reviewed seasons of that show.
Yeah.
And even in the second season, the whole thing with Nazi woman, forgot her name at this point, backfired because everything that season set up, with the whole girl power thing just being a media stunt that's been sold to the people, which was good criticism, because that's what these things actually just are. Then at the end of the season, the show just does itself with the all women in one screenshot. Hey.
What's great? What's great? I think it's been brought up again. Obviously, saying this is leftist propaganda, and it's like, it's done. Suppose it's done as like a joke. It's like, well, it's not, is it? It's quite clearly not done as a joke.
No, the left doesn't do jokes. The left makes things that agree with it that it can then jerk off to, or basically just that.
But the thing is as well. The issue with The Boys is because it's such a nihilistic show and comic books, no one's really a good guy. So even the people who are like on the right side are still assholes. So you end up like not cheering for anybody. So you're like, oh, look at that, the dumb conservatives are supporting Homelander. It's like, yeah, the opposition are also evil. What's your point? One's a genocidal maniac, the other one's also a genocidal maniac.
It's like I said, leftists have no principles, values, or beliefs. They just support whatever their opponents. They just support the opposite their opponents do.
No, they have to have principles. Winning by any means necessary, and you have to take a step back and actually think about what all means includes. That it is absolutely everything, and then you start thinking about the worst things you can imagine, and list them, and name them, and that's what they do.
The ends justify the means.
I want to point something out, and I think this has actually got to the crux of the video by an Enigma. He wants us to stop calling things woke and just call it propaganda instead. Yeah, okay, that's fine. We'll just do that.
That's so much better.
If you don't want to call it woke, that's fine. I'll just call it left-wing propaganda, and that's it. Fine.
Yeah. I've tried to get people to do that all the time, and well, it just doesn't stick. Woke is just too good of a catchword.
It's quick and to the point.
Yeah.
But that's why anybody at any time somebody asks you, can you define woke? All you need to say is socialist propaganda.
Yeah.
All right, we're at 5 minutes. Wow, amazing.
We're halfway there.
Let's take a look at another Amazon product, Invincible. They made Mark Grayson Asian for no fucking reason, and I love it. He was literally called a token Asian person within his own show.
Their game.
I know. I'm impressed. Well. It's my old friends, token diversity and gender stereotype.
Yeah, so that's a great joke.
That's a joke. Like in the first season, that seismology doctor literally says that her costume was a giant stereotype, and who designed it? She goes, "I designed my own costume." Like it's a joke.
Yeah, but the whole thing here is that again, it's the villain actually calling out the actual problem of the show.
Oh,
well, but this here goes both ways, because yes, this is a token race swap. But the left would actually have a problem with Eve because they hate female stereotypes. So he is serving both sides here.
It's like they make a joke in the first season where she goes, "Don't you have a doctorate in seismology?" He goes, "I minored in gender studies." It's a joke. You're not supposed to take the villain's saying too seriously.
Yeah, but all aside from that he says, "Oh, they changed the things in the thing, and I love it." It means you're the problem. You are race obsessed. You are the one obsessed with race. You are the racist, because that's what racists do. They obsess over race. They can't just let things be.
Popular Invincible really is. Look how popular Mark is as an Asian superhero. Fuck all that. Let's compare Mark against other established superheroes like Spider-Man, Superman.
What?
What?
I don't know what the fuck he just said.
That's not a word. Even the subtitle thing couldn't figure it out.
Let's see. Well, it says exalagged. I'm going to see what that even means.
I assume exalted.
Exalted?
Yeah, it autocorrects to exalted in the Google search.
Okay.
And even then, Mark is a pissant compared to them.
Yeah, and the show is really not that good.
It isn't.
It's rough, the animation is shit.
The animation really went downhill when they got rid of the team that was actually doing well with the animation, because that costs too much money for the billion-dollar corporation.
Dude, Mark is even a pissant compared to the actual Asian superheroes of Marvel, for example, being Iron Fist and Shang-Chi, who themselves are pissants compared to the big boys like the Avengers and shit.
Yeah.
All right.
And Iron Fist has no powers.
Yeah, that too.
Just as popular as them right now. There's probably some Asian kid looking at Mark the same way that black kids look at Black Panther. And
No, because those people have actual empathy and are able to see themselves in the values and virtues of other people instead of merely their skin color, like you, because you are an emotionally immature idiot.
And a narcissist, to boot.
That's what that is. And look at what Asians produce. Asians produce anime. Do the Asian characters in anime look like Asians, or do they look like deformed weird things with giant eyes that Asians definitely don't have?
Depends on the show.
And they can, and strangely enough, all the Asians can relate to them. Isn't that funny? Oh, look at all the Mexicans and the Brazilians. They can all relate to some Asian space monkey. Absolutely no trouble. He's not. Son Goku is not Mexican. Yet they all adore him. They can relate to Piccolo and all the other weirdos in Dragon Ball.
Just Mexican, that entire Latino and Hispanic demographic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ding ding, like yours truly.
I was never that big on Dragon Ball, but I still like Goku as a character.
Popo is best.
Is that not a good thing?
But you guys are taking away from us white. What about our white kids? Who should look up to?
First off, you guys are...
What? No one's saying this.
First of all, that's
a complete straw man
and a half.
Exactly. Like, that's never been an argument.
And did you hear that? He smacked his lips. He fucking smacked his lips. Do you believe it? What are we literally? The majority? We're not the majority. We're as tiny and tinier minority on the planet.
We're literally everywhere in media? No, not really.
And well, that's in the West.
How dare you be a majority in your own country?
Yeah.
That's the argument. How dare you white people be a majority in your own country?
Yeah.
You need more black people because there's only billions of us in the world compared to millions of you.
And 100 years ago, Caucasians made up 30% of the world population. Now, since the Asian and African population explosion, Caucasians are down to 8%. We're an absolute minority on the planet. We're basically rare Pokemon at this point.
Chinese.
Actually represented in media.
No, how?
Oh.
How?
Yes, in our own media. Do you know how many white actors are in Ugandan movies? Like you watch Nigerian movies. How many white actors do you see?
Aren't there more movies produced in Bollywood than there are in Hollywood these days?
And funny enough, lighter-skinned Indians get better roles in Bollywood than the darker-skinned Indians.
Really?
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
I was gonna say,
that's part of the caste system, because the lighter the skin, the more pure they think.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, literally overrepresented in media. Have you not noticed that gingers are going extinct in media?
The ginger side.
It's not even
the
that.
gingers?
We're represented in our own media. It's just the fact that due to A, the British Empire, and B, America's growth after World War II, the Anglosphere became the leading thing in the world. So you think that we're overrepresented because of how media works, of how like Hollywood works, how like everything else works. There's a reason why on the internet it's mainly like English and people do stuff. It's not because there's so many of us and we we're like everywhere. It's because we've got such a reach. That's the thing.
I think what he's actually doing here, and the left loves doing this, is basically doing a veiled anti-Semitism. Because if you look at Hollywood, it's not Caucasians that overrepresent actors in Hollywood, as well as other positions in Hollywood. It's Jewish people. We all know this. Some are proud of it, like Mel Brooks, and he made wonderful stuff. But it's not just in America. I've just finished watching Wooster and Jeeves. Wonderful little show with Hugh Laurie and name Stephen Fry. And all the British aristocracy shown in that show is portrayed by Jewish people with very, very big noses, which is very, very strange to watch. But hey, yeah, it's all white people, right? Who's actually how do we the question is, what level of resolution do we use to figure out who is represented and who is not? Because depending on that, we will get very strange arguments. And none of them will be correct. So who's he jabbing at?
Yeah, this is the same racial argument with anything, with hiring people for the workplace, media representation. It's all silly.
Your use of Mel Brooks is a little strange because Mel Brooks wasn't above making fun of Jewish people and still isn't above making fun of Jewish people.
Yeah, he's one of the good guys.
He's fucking hilarious. Like, even in Hotel Transylvania, where he plays Dracula Sr., he's a Jewish stereotype, an overly emotional, dramatic man. It's hilarious.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's the issue stems from the fact that he's coming as a minority person. Well, he's only a minority because he's living in a nation where whites are the majority. If you lived anywhere else in the world where they were a majority, he'd never see a white person in movies or TV, especially local stuff.
Yeah,
so the whole argument collapses. Really, when you start looking at it's like someone pointed out, when someone moves, say if someone moved to Wales from a foreign nation, say Africa, they'll be treated as a minority, even though there's over 1 billion Africans and only 1.3 million Welsh people in the world.
Yeah, I mean, we could sort of make this argument if we're talking about movies from the 50s and 60s that were portrayed by British actors, because that's where the hiring was done. So when you see Ten Commandments or Lawrence of Arabia, it's like, yeah, this is where they hired people, and that's who was there at the time. So it's not like they were looking for the exact representation of an Egyptian or an Arab. It's like, no, that's all we could find. That's who we had at the time. They were the best ones for the job, and we hired them, and that's that. There's no, like, oh, this guy's not a Roman emperor. What are you talking about? He's not olive skinned. It's like, it wasn't the issue. They hired who they could afford and who they could find. And no one was like, oh, this guy doesn't look like a pharaoh. It's like, well, he did a pretty good job. The acting was good. Anyway, that would probably not be an issue in the 60s and 70s, but you know.
Few characters get race swapped, especially one tied to the race, you cry about it on Twitter. There doesn't have to be this deep justification on why characters race swapped. The goal of providing proper representation is enough. It'll always be enough.
What? Why would... Okay, let's say we made Peter Parker Chinese. Why would you want to do that? What would be the point? Why would that be a goal of telling a Spider-Man story? To make Peter Parker like an immigrant from China, and his uncle is also Chinese. You're like, okay, great. Why would
they're wanting to cast a black man to play Magneto?
How will he be a Holocaust survivor? You think he got into the camp because he was black? Because there weren't. I don't actually know of any Africans that went into the camps because there weren't any here.
There were some, not many, and the Nazis largely ignored them.
What do you mean, not many? What black people were in Germany at the time?
I'd have to find the census report on that again, but
seriously, like this show about this murder show in Vienna that Smut recommended to me, which was really good, but it also had these stupid quotas in it.
Yeah.
And then they put like a whole side street in Vienna full of black people that looked like some weird 1800s Chicago ghetto. That never existed in Vienna. Vienna at the time, Austria at the time had one black person. One.
There's always something that I like to bring up, especially in regards to like stuff like black people there. In the north of England, my town actually had the very first black person come over in 1955 up north, and it was like such a big deal that it was in the newspapers. So when everyone says, oh, there's always been coloured people, I'm like, well, if there's always been coloured people, how come that the very first black family were welcomed in 1955?
Yeah, and now they tell them that, the Vikings were actually diverse and black and full of Muslims too. No. Then why didn't they colonize in that way? My
grandma was actually on the photo handshaking them, welcoming them to the area.
That's kind of neat.
It was such a brand new thing, such a quaint little thing. One whole black family turned up. And he was going to work as a school janitor. I was like, oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Anyway, last year someone got stabbed in the head by a Nigerian serial killer in my hometown.
Oof.
How things change in 70 years.
Oh, boy.
Anyway.
What about gay people?
What? What about them?
Woke isn't happening, remember.
No, gay people do not belong in media. No gays.
That is children. Those are children.
Do I really
You can't
need to
tell.
say
You
it,
don't draw you don't draw adults like that. You don't draw 20-year-olds like that.
Yeah,
those are children.
Even in the context of the show, those are adolescents. So draw your own conclusions.
Okay.
God, what a terrible video.
This is a very long transition.
Look, I'm not gay, but I do feel comfortable saying.
What? By the way, guys.
Weird how you have to go up on that. That's kind of homophobic, dude.
The only demographic, by the logic of the left, only people, or rather they usually start with that you are only allowed to talk about an issue if you are part of the actual demographic of that thing. And that stands as long as nobody of that actual demographic has spoken against the left.
Yeah,
when that happens, everybody then can speak for that demographic.
We bring up...
So he could technically only talk about black people, but now since there have been gays that have been standing against the left, now everybody can talk about the gays and in the narrative.
We only bring up a personal preference when it can be seen as a bias when criticizing something from an aesthetic view. So if I say, I watched this movie, I'm not a fan of the genre, yada yada, it's like, okay, great. Or I am a fan of the genre, so I'm biased because I have high expectations or whatever. You do not have to say, when talking about a topic that is personal, what your personal thoughts on it if they have nothing to do with it. This is silly. This is childish.
Just say, she's like, I'm not gay, but $20 is $20.
But I like two men making love on the screen like anyone else does. Like, okay, are you sure?
In fact, I make sure to sit my entire family down and we watch that scene over and over again. And sometimes when my grandma tries to close her eyes, I keep them open with matchsticks.
It's not my own personal fetish, but yeah, okay.
Well, I'm not gay, but you know, the sounds of balls slapping on the chin does sound good to me. What a great way
to start a transition to a new topic. I'm not gay, but
I'm not gay, but I have been known to make love to men in the past.
Oh, God. What's that joke by Norm Macdonald? I'm a closeted gay man, but I'm not homosexual.
Yeah, no, I'm a deeply closeted gay man. Don't understand, I'm deeply closeted.
I love my wife.
She's a battle axe.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man. I'm not gay. Oh, I thought you were about gay sex.
All right.
What's wrong with being gay? I didn't say there's anything being gay. Oh, man.
Okay, let's keep going.
People or any other person identifying under the LGBTQ plus community deserve to...
You have to slow down. To LGBTQ
Yes. Smart, he has trouble spelling, if you didn't notice.
Oh, man.
I'm glad he didn't do the Canadian version, which is like twice as long, so yeah.
Yeah, they have all the
things. Like, what, Canada is a part of the LGBT now?
Is it LGBTQ themes within our shows? Is that really problematic?
Yes.
Where's the plus? You can't omit the plus now. You brought the plus. Now you have to keep it.
You can't ditch the two spirits guy.
Two spirits.
Which was invented by a white dude in the 90s.
And I'm not seeing any semi-bisexual representation here.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Is that they do exist.
Oh my!
There's nothing you can do about it, and I believe.
What?
Oh no!
Why do you have to say that with such violence in your voice, like a punch? They exist. Yeah, but that doesn't mean they should be in kids' shows. Because you know what that is about. You know what being gay is about.
Sticking it in your butt.
Yes. Then there's no reason why anal should be in kids' shows. End of story.
All right.
Gay people understand that.
Listen, I'm not gay, but I don't have a clue. No.
I'm starting to wonder about you.
Why are you gay?
I wonder about myself as well. No, the point is when you actually look at the proportion of the population that is LGBTQ plus 2S, SB, MAP, whatever it is you've got, it's such an incredibly small population, which, especially in Britain, roughly equates to the number of people who would have been in mental asylums 40 years ago.
But
it's very strange.
But Hawk, with every letter they added, starting with the Q, they managed to now push the numbers up to 20% by allowing self-identification without proof.
In the UK, even with all that, they've managed to get to 0.01% of the population.
What?
Well,
that's how many they are.
If you were writing, let's say, a story that was modern times, urban, whatever, I could understand if you want to do one episode out of like 40 of a popular show that dealt with these issues. That's great. I think you can do that. But it wouldn't be an ongoing thing, because what would be the point? You would have to actually pull from your experience, and no one would want to hear about the daily life of someone who's got all these sexual issues when the story is not about that.
Daily life, yeah, but it's because the daily life is exactly the same as for anybody else. It's not interesting. And the whole gay shows already exist. They usually run after midnight, because all that gay people who do stuff in media that is about gay stuff are able to make is stuff about sex. Which is why people don't want them to be in kids shows.
The problem is that kids shows aren't made for kids anymore. They're made for emotionally stunted adults.
Well, to come on to that, obviously I've got 2 young daughters, 2 years old and 1 year old, and obviously we try and find shows for them to watch. So, Smudge, you'll probably know this with nieces and nephews. Coco Melon. Do you ever hear about that?
I've heard about it.
Yeah,
isn't that a VTuber?
Well, there was an episode on it. Right, there was an episode, and it was a young boy who wanted to wear a dress and pretend to be a girl, and he had 2 dads.
Yeah.
And it was a really, really, really creepy song about how to keep it secret and stuff, and don't tell people. And me and Mrs. Hawk saw it, and we went, no, we are not showing this to our kids. It's so weird.
Yeah,
that is actual predatory.
Yeah, by the way, Hawk, Dreadnought is roasting you in the super chats.
Oh, yeah, no, that is true. I do go to CEX with men, and I sell loads of videos.
Mind you, Seraph, that's from a fellow Brit, so...
Well, I remember that show.
There's like a shop isn't there? Does anyone have that shop at CEX that has like second-hand stuff?
Really?
Yeah, it's like a GameStop, and it sells crap.
Okay.
So yes, I do go there with men.
It's classic bed wrestling with friends.
Well, if you're talking about...
Hey, listen, sometimes to get through a hard day of work, you have to mud wrestle with a naked man, and things slip in. It's just a natural way of life. But I'm not gay. Honestly. Good Lord.
There are so many shows for kids that are animated or have 3D animation, or they're from South Korea or from China. So there's lots to choose from. And that one's kind of old. I don't remember it because it's been around for so long. But there's so many that are so much better, and they're so well done. And they're like 4 minutes long or 6 minutes long. And it's so cute and fun that we have this monopoly on stuff for kids that it's really, well, I wouldn't say it's easy, but it's such a treat for parents or uncles or aunts to like entertain their little ones. So that at least that we have freedom and options. So, Hello Kitty, there's like Hello Jadoo, there's Super Wings, there's
it's an idea.
The shows that I've got the Mini Hawks watching,
which they enjoy, is obviously the classic of Bluey.
Yep.
And I'm surprised that's not been attacked more by
They can't.
the woke.
It's so
They had
It's so
some of
big.
those, but later on.
it's so pure. Like
No,
there's little
Louis
things.
literally has an episode about how not all kids are special and you're not getting participation trophies.
Yeah.
Like they actually are willing to teach hard lessons, and I kind of respect that.
Didn't they put a gay parade into that with drag, or was that Peppa Pig?
I think that was Peppa Pig.
Yeah, no, Bluey's never had anything like that.
No.
Okay, then I'm mixing that up.
Remember that was
So we watched that one, and then we watched a lot more older stuff. Like they started watching Bear in the Big Blue House, which
I haven't seen that in years.
Which I was actually surprised at how not progressive it was, in a way. Then there's one.
It's a show about a bear living in a big blue house.
Yeah. Then we watched another one is Dinosaur Train, which is fantastic, and that is just basic Jim Henson stuff, 3D animation.
Yeah.
But what I noticed, and Mrs. Hawke noticed, was all the families are mum and dad and kids, like a proper nuclear family of everything. And it's just basic, teaching. There's no politics in it. And then the last one is that In the Night Garden, which is a BBC one, and that again has got no politics in it. And that's what kids need. It's just fun stuff. But then when we've looked at newer programs like the Cocomelon, other things, it's just propaganda after propaganda after propaganda.
And Cocomelon is just brain rot slop you put in front of your kid while they're on their tablet, and so you don't be a parent.
Like the preschool Disney stuff.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that is the case now. It wasn't always that way with preschool Disney stuff. Like I remember growing up watching the preschool. There was charming little shows on there.
To that point, I remember way back when in an older Smudcast, Yulita brought up specifically Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, and thought that one is just brain rot stupid.
It's just brain rot slop to put your kids in front of so you don't be a parent.
Yeah.
The issue with that one is with the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse one. It started off really good, and then you can tell when activists got involved in it. You can tell the exact moment, because beforehand it was just teaching kids about counting and problem solving, and then it got into, well, if Mickey wore this dress, and you're like, oh my fucking god, no more of this. And so you can tell the exact cut-off point. There's been loads of them that we started watching thinking it's alright, and then bang, like season 2 or season 3, it just becomes like a lecture, propaganda. And
there's a strategy behind that. If the first one is successful, that's the bait, that's the hook, and then they have the second one with all the propaganda shit in it, because they know people will watch it. They're hungry for more. So now we can feed them the stuff instead of them just falling off right away.
I would say the early stuff of Arthur would be another good one, because that's basic literacy skills.
Yeah.
And like I said, the early stuff, not that final season.
Yeah.
I have a suggestion. Maybe there are some people watching who might carry this further. There are some really, really, really good and wholesome little shows, the kids shows in Japan. There are these 4 or 5 minute episode things, and they will never be dubbed in the West because they are wholesome and innocent. Make fan dubs. Make really, really good fan dubs. You know you can.
Alrighty.
That's it.
Let us keep going.
Not inherently problematic. Without using any religious basis, what's the problem of a gay person existing in...
Wait.
And there's bitching about religion. Add that to the bingo card.
Why are we using any religious basis? How would we begin? There's hundreds of religions.
Part of the problem is that most of the time they're underage.
Well, number one, he's anti-Islamic. Number two, What's the problem of a gay person existing? Like, no, that's not the problem. The problem is the anal sex that spreads disease like mad. That's the problem.
Remember, that's that's an attempt at a gotcha question.
Yeah, but that's also
what's
why
wrong with gay people existing.
But this is why they phrased the question wrong. People, even the Christians, like the Muslims have trouble with them existing, yet the left defends them. But Christians don't have a trouble with them existing; they have a trouble with them conducting.
It's like the act that is considered a sin.
Yes, because it spreads disease like mad. And if they don't act, then you also wouldn't have the pedophiles that hide behind them, because the pedophiles aren't actually gay. They use the gays as a shield to hide behind, just like they now use the whole trans thing that they have completely twisted to hide behind.
It's pedophiles
it's not
running hide behind. No, it's the left don't hide behind things. The left uses people as fodder. That's the issue. But no,
eventually they run out of things to hide behind because the good people are gone.
Yeah, but the issue with this is, especially when it comes to religion, we all know it's just going to be anti-Christian. Yeah. Because for some reason, I don't know why, I have no idea why, the left seem to think that Muslims are just going to eventually go, no, we like gay people.
Not a chance.
Yeah, I know, but there's going to be at some point. At some point, Muslims are going to go like, you know what? We were wrong about our religion. You can be gay. And it's okay.
Or rather, correct that. The useful idiots like this guy, they're oblivious. They're ignorant about what Islam truly is. The leadership of the left know it. Because they don't care about the gays. They don't care about the trans, the women, the workers, anything they ever claimed to be for. Everybody is just being used in order to facilitate their goals of establishing a worldwide 1984 Orwellian tyranny. That's all it is about. That's all the left ever delivers.
Revolution.
Oh, have you seen the Seth Rogen Netflix adaptation for Animal Farm?
What?
I don't want to.
Why don't
we do not.
Why don't watch a Jewish man's version of Animal Farm?
What? Why?
No, why? Why would I watch? Oy vey!
Like, have you seen the trailer for it or anything like that? Like, it's not good.
Well,
yeah,
I'm not surprised.
If you read the book,
and Seth Rogen.
Yeah, no, that's not going to work out.
No, because they're not. No offense, but there's no way the subversive left-wing communist-loving Hollywood is going to go, wow, let's make an adaptation of the most anti-communist book imaginable. It's just not going to happen.
Well, that's why they do that. It's why they do it. They have to twist it. It's why they insult Heinlein as some big evil fascist man, because in Starship Troopers he just took apart Marx in two paragraphs completely. Dismantled him.
All right. 7 minutes. Let's see what he has to say about religion in relation to a gay person.
In our TV shows. And I'm not talking only about adult shows.
In real life or in TV shows. That's already two different things.
Let's rewind that.
And it's not about existing.
I think I just bumped something on my keyboard. I'm sorry about that.
It's not inherently problematic. Without using any religious basis, what's the problem of a gay person existing in real?
So, the cat character is predatory, number one.
Yeah, she's the villain.
TV shows. And I'm not talking only about adult shows.
And that thing here, that's not even gay. That's just a mutant. That's just a mutant amalgamation of two children, which is as an allegory for sex.
Yeah, and this is a children's show, mind you.
Mm-hmm. If you're comfortable enough to display a heterosexual couple on a kid's show, why not a homosexual couple?
Because parents are parents. Every kid has parents. Every kid knows what parents are. No kid knows what two men or two women do together. And again, the reason why lesbians are more accepted than gay men is because lesbians don't actually have the means to transmit diseases as easily.
We can talk about parental roles, and usually you'll have the butchy female lesbian and the normal female lesbian in the parental roles, but that's kind of a social dynamic that if the writers are aware of, they can get away with it because, okay, this is the father figure, this is the mother figure, it's a healthy family. Now, in the cases of adoption, the child doesn't give a shit. It's like, oh, I have a family now. This is a good thing. So you can depict all kinds of gay relationships as parentage. It's just you have to do it in a healthy way.
But in this case, the dad is still around.
The thing is, heterosexual couples have kids, which means that the kids have parents. Gay people naturally do not have kids. Which is why kids do not naturally see gay couples. That is why gay couples are also not in kids' shows. Because kids' shows first should tell children how the world functions as a basis, not as exceptions, not what the exceptions are, but what the baseline is. Because the baseline is what keeps our species in existence.
That's a similar point to what I was about to make about having a child watching a show who comes from a single parent household, and considering his background, he would say, oh, well, there's more than one parent. That's a good thing. Why would I not want to depict that on the screen? Because maybe he's only used to having one parent around, or whatever dynamic he has at home. So
could we make kids shows that are where the parents are completely neglectful because that exists? I don't think that's a good idea.
Right, they play around with the stereotype of the rich child who's neglected and left in the big house by himself, and he has no friends, and he feels entitled or he feels lonely or whatever.
You can also depict the poor child who's neglected and is not entitled, but is just miserable.
Yeah, so it's not so much having the male, female parentage, is it done properly? How is it done? Are they displaying some weird, overtly gay behavior? Are they overtly feminine? Are they overtly masculine? What's the point? Why do this at all? Why confuse? Like if you're going to have a kids show, just make it simple. Have it about kids' problems and fun times and imagination, not...
You know what kids naturally play? They play house. And house is a game where you play father, mother, child. And that's the name of the game in German. And they don't play mother, mother, child or father, father, child. They play father, mother, child. Why is that?
Oh, that reminded
because they have father and mother.
That reminded me of that silly quote. I still haven't watched the second season or any of the seasons of Last of Us, but it's when Ellie finds out she's going to be with
oh god,
with what's her face's child. So she
Dina.
Is it Nina?
Dina.
Sorry.
Yeah, Dina.
And she says, "I'm going to be a dad," and I was like, "What? What do you mean you're going to be a dad?"
No, you're not.
That's not how that works.
In fact, you've done absolutely nothing in this.
Do I want to know?
The Last of Us 2 is not canon. It does not exist.
Why are you gay?
The funny thing is they showed pictures of Joel's face cut in half with the actor, what's his name? And Pedro Pascal. And they showed Ellie's face from the game cut in half with whatever her name is. And it's so...
I think it's Bella Ramsey was her name.
Yeah.
It's so like, how did they get this lady to play this girl? This is the completely wrong casting to depict this girl. Because you look at the poster artwork, or you look at the video game. The video game is beautiful. It's always been beautiful. The first season, at least, of The Last of Us. Ellie is a pretty looking girl.
When the actor for Abby looks more like Ellie,
more attractive,
that is an issue.
Then Ellie, I'm like, wait a second, did you guys screw this up? Did you mix the two actors?
They like this is also a pattern, and it's a strange one because it's difficult to describe because it always manifests a little differently. But there seems to be a thing where when they do these swaps and changes, they seem to like to put the pretty main character girl originally into the villain role instead, so that the pretty girl is the bad guy.
I want to know. I haven't seen the show or what the characters or actors are like, but I'm imagining they did not get a buff bodybuilding chick
Oh, I wonder why. I thought Abby is completely natural. You can completely easily and naturally get these proportions even in the post-apocalypse.
The reason why I ask is every week on that video I made years ago about the Reddit post about Abby being buff, I always get someone saying you're right, you're wrong. So I'm like, okay, if they're doing a live action, I gotta know who the actress is to play Abby, because it's going to be...
The actress came out and said she couldn't get up to that level.
Yeah, obviously.
And she could get to a certain level, but she couldn't do it. It's like, oh, okay, that's fine, like, as long as you accept it.
Yeah.
The woman couldn't have arms like tree trunks?
No, surprisingly, the weird thing is, even with all the modern technology and health regimes, she couldn't beat Abby's yoga for 2 hours. And the burrito.
The burrito. The ration burrito.
The magic.
Even men struggle to get to that level, to get to that build.
Yeah, anybody. If you looked at, we did it that ages ago, that video, and we looked at her workout schedule, and she has 2 rest days, and then she does a little bit of running in the morning, yoga for 2 hours, and then does weightlifting for like an hour.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, that's great. Eats a burrito. You're like, okay. It's like, yeah, that's how she becomes, a brick shit house. And you're like, no, that's not how that works.
20,000 calories.
Yeah, any kind of cardio would pretty much, or jogging would just eliminate all of your gain. If you're doing more than 20 minutes at least, you would have to do around 3 hours a day, nonstop.
One of my friends was really into weightlifting and everything like that, and he didn't get big, he didn't get massive. He got, he got a nice build, but by God, if you saw him run, oh God, he looked like a penguin with a limp. He couldn't move. I love him to pieces. Not gay, by the way. But
I'm still not entirely 100% on that one.
Listen, we've only kissed twice. It's just. I
gotta have that damn.
And I'll tell you something now. He only used tongue for 15 minutes. No, you can't get to what Abby's build was and move like Abby in the game or anything like that. It's just not possible. And along with her like diet and workout routine. Another thing, actually, which I always find funny, and someone argued with me on YouTube about The Last of Us, is for a series where the world had an apocalypse in 2003, there's a lot of 2024 talking points and political ideology.
Yeah.
There's a lot of weird modern stuff they shouldn't have in general.
Well, when they went past the pride flags in season 2, and also in the game, have you noticed it's the pride flags from like post 2016, the design?
Right, yeah.
And not something from like, because someone was saying, because I put up the post saying, back in like the early 2000s and the 90s, they had pride parades, but it was never as like big and massive as what they have now, and they definitely didn't like line the streets with flags.
Yeah, this is
and stuff.
This is the problem with any anachronistic story, that once you understand the concept of fallout, it's not just a nuclear bomb or a virus. It's everything. It's culture. Everything stops. Culture becomes its own thing as people survive. But if they're going to fall back on the buildings of 2003 or whatever the time frame was, everything from that time frame has to remain the same or preserved, and people have to interpret it or relearn it, or maybe they've invented their own culture, but it cannot be modern day. It cannot be, because so much has changed in the past, or at least in Canada, for 5 years. Like it's so different than it was 4 years ago.
Think about it.
Just forget
think about it. 2003, gay marriage wasn't even legal.
Oh.
In America.
Yeah.
Or in Europe and stuff like that. So when you see like Abby and Ellie and Dina talking like this, you're thinking they've grew up in a world where you never had these gay rights come through as much as they have done now. Why are they talking like it's 2024 California?
How are they able to how is Ellie be able to associate herself as a male and use that language? Like, it's just so silly because no one would have taught her.
How can we use this? Especially the language of the woke, where it didn't really come into play until 2014, in a world where humanity's not going to go down the same pathways as we did.
Yeah, where her issue or everyone's issue is basic survival. You would not
there's a lot of other problems with the world of The Last of Us. Like, for a world that's 20 years into the mushroom zombie apocalypse, it's kind of weird how they have running cars and clean gasoline.
And very few mushroom zombies.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of gays.
Anyway.
Or, working Christmas lights and PlayStation Vitas and shit.
Yeah. Another thing that also, and I'm sorry it's gone to The Last of Us, but I think it comes into the woke ruin stuff. Is you know that comment about we're communists in the first season about where was it Jacksonville or whatever it's called? Yeah. Me and Mark, Keyframe Chopper, were talking about this in a stream that we did back in the late 90s, early 2000s. Communists were constantly ridiculed. Like, if you were a communist, you were thought of as like just a lazy, idle bum who did nothing.
Yeah.
So you're trying to say
exactly what they are.
Yeah, I know, but if you, like Smud will know, if you ever saw like a show and you saw a communist, it'd be like a caricature of like this weed-smoking, lazy hippie who didn't want to do anything and just thought they'd all be in, they'd never have to work.
It was usually
like that.
It was usually a negative stereotype, the same way you would look at like, oh, that Arab guy might be a terrorist or whatever. It's like, whatever. So it's that kind of mentality, and it was always a side story. Yeah.
Yeah. So you've got to think of people from that era. 20 years later, someone's saying, "Oh yeah, we're thinking of making a communist, society." We go like, "No, what? So you're all lazy, don't do anything then?"
I'm like, if it's especially this is in 2003, it's like they wouldn't call themselves communists. They would just be, people surviving.
Yeah.
For the sake of it.
Yeah.
And those are circumstances where you definitely won't have communism.
Yeah.
I mean, there's other things. It's like you see so many like people of color and foreigners and stuff like that in a world where just recently you had 9/11 and also the invasion of Iraq, where stuff was really tense. It just doesn't. The world was a completely different place, especially growing up in it. You saw different things. So you've got that mindset plus 20 years of a fungus zombie outbreak, and no, you do not get a communist commune that's pretty much 2024 California. That's just not something that happens.
All right.
So
I would believe they would make a commune compound like that for the basic need of survival, but they wouldn't call themselves communist.
Well,
yeah, I get that, but you wouldn't.
It would just be a town because that's how towns function. You build a wall, and you organize, and you work together,
right?
And eventually, everybody has to contribute because it's for survival.
Yeah, it's kind of like the depiction of that cult in Fallout, the adaptation of Fallout, where they all sort of worshipped some event that occurred, that people died, and they all start taking their clothes off and praying, and you're like, okay, that's different. I mean, it could occur in a controlled environment where you do have basic needs met, but anytime you have a survival scenario, ideology is out the door. There's no need or talk of religion in the sense of survival. It's purely, we need to get food, we need clean water, we need protection, we need security, we need all the basics. And then once we have all these and we can back them up and we have contingencies for them, then you can get into the cultural elements of creature comforts and let's make sugar and let's have desserts and whatever. So it's totally backwards that you would jump to this highfalutin concept of economics and community, as opposed to I can't eat tomorrow. What do I do? So yeah, there's a weird thing going on with these stories. Anyway, that's off to the side. Well, let's get back to the video because that's so much fun.
Tell you, your kids finding out gay people exist isn't gonna magically turn them gay. It's simply not how shit works. Because, right, most gay people have
Then they don't need to see them.
No, every single gay person has straight parents.
So let me get this straight. Video games don't cause violence. So we should or should not put violence in video games. This is kind of. I want to know what he's trying to get at here because telling kids,
he wants justification why gay people should be in kids shows.
I know, but this is like any other genetic abnormality. Like, oh, how about thalidomide babies? Let's have thalidomide babies in cartoons. You're like, why? They don't know about them. That's the thing that happened like 60 years ago. Do we have to do that? No. So what's the point? This is so silly. We can talk about any other genetic abnormality. Oh, webbed toes. I have webbed toes. Oh my God, is that a thing? Yeah, that's a thing. So, is that?
If anything, with something like that, you'd have them as a one-off character just to show kids, like, yeah, weird shit happens.
I have 6 fingers. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, pick one.
The only way you can really prove that somebody's gay in a kids show or any show is that you either make them ridiculously flamboyant, or you have the strong implication that these two people of the same sex are gonna have sex. And that is just not a nice image for most people.
It depends because
one of those, because one is just a blatant stereotype and the other one is should not be in a children's show.
Yeah, well, the one that I saw, this is obviously an adult stage production called Kinky Boots, and it shows a story of multiple kids. One kid is this black kid, which goes into a women's clothing store with his mom, and he plays around with the high heels. He likes the high heels. And the kid ends up becoming a drag queen. But they show the progression of this guy growing up, but it's a mature, he's well aware of who he is. There's scenes of him not as in drag and just being a normal black dude selling shoes and then putting on the drag show. And because people in the community, I think it's some Irish community or whatever, there's men who get aroused wearing women's clothing. So they're appealing to that clientele and they're putting on a drag show and the guys like it. So it's like, all right, whatever, that's fine. But they do it in a way that the guy is not some weirdo. He's just a guy who likes women's clothing, and he accepts that part of himself, and that's it. That's the whole setup of that character. There's nothing overtly sexual. There's nothing evil about that. It is odd that the men are coming out. They like the French.
It is odd that the Irish would allow a black person. Just in general.
Because the shoe factory is closing down. So they go, what do we do? We gotta sell shoes. What do we do? It's like, get some really expensive boots that the guys might like. And you're like, what? So that's a little strange. But it's a fun musical that is fantastical for that purpose. So you buy it. You go, yeah, maybe guys are kinky weirdos in the bedroom, but that's fine. It's not public, so no one's being traumatized. No one's being lied to or anything like. There's nothing nefarious. Like no one's cheating on anyone. There's no bad messages like that. So you could tell a story that's personal, that's sexual, without being overtly sexual. It's not impossible, and that's what you should be doing for an adult story. For a kid's story, you should avoid that because that's not necessary. There's no need to do that.
It's also that most kids find kissing icky.
Yeah, they find girls, just the very idea of a girl, cooties filled with ugh, and that's the same
a survival instinct.
It's the same way with the girls and the boys. So that's how it goes, and that's normal. That's growing up. So some girls get mature a little bit faster, and they realize that's stupid. But
yeah, that's why showing all this intimacy stuff in a kids show is detrimental.
Yeah, it breeds egoism. It breeds the fact that someone has a thing I don't, or is something that I'm not. Why aren't I the center of attention, et cetera, et cetera. These are all basic childhood issues that we grew up through. And if you want to stress that, you're going to confuse some kids, or you have to do it in a proper way where the end result of the story is a moral or ethic that teaches you to choose to be a better person as opposed to be the strong egoist. Oh, I beat everyone in the race. I'm the best. Haha. Look at you. You're slow and weak. It's like, no, you're the strong guy because you trained hard, because someone was better than you and you wanted to prove to yourself you could be just as good or something like that. The other things like sexuality is completely not what a kid should be learning.
Yeah, and instead, I agree with Yoki put in the chat, we should have proper Mortal Kombat again for the children.
Oh, yeah. With the blood code.
Funny you mention that, because we're actually getting a collection of all of the older arcade games in the series.
I'm excited. They announced
What a coincidence.
Final Fantasy Tactics again for
I wouldn't stick with War of the Lions.
I know.
Now.
Yeah, they did a good job there. But if we're gonna get a PC port, I'm like, yep, I want it.
Yeah, that shitty DRM we don't like talking about.
I know.
I'm telling you now, Smuts. Just stick with War of the Lions.
I know. I still love the original translation, but War of the Lions translation is Shakespearean. I still love it, and we're gonna probably get.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm warning you now. Don't bother with this new one.
If they do voice acting, if they do full scale voice acting, I'm there. I don't care. I want to hear it.
No. I'm warning you.
Well, if they redo the old 6 properly, I'll be like, oh, that's gonna be that would be my first bet. But if they can do Tactics.
With the Tactics remake, they literally announced adjustments to the story. That's already a red flag.
No.
I know. That's a little concerning. But I'm still good at it. I don't care. That's the reason why I bought a PlayStation all back in the day. So, anyway. Here we go.
Meaning that they was probably raised with a certain idea of what love is.
I didn't understand a word he said.
Think about they know what love is.
Yeah, what?
Usually turn them gay. It's simply not how shit works. Because, right, most gay people have straight parents. Meaning that they was probably raised with a...
They was probably raised.
English motherfucker.
You know,
No, he does not speak it.
Isn't there like that meme going around like a lot of people who turn up gay were sexually abused as a child?
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's very strange.
That is a theory.
Let's not go there. Okay.
No, I'm not saying I'm going there. I'm just saying that's a theory.
It's true for all the letters.
All right, let's get going.
Into what love is. How it will be reciprocated between two consenting parties. So
2 consenting parties or 2 consenting adults? This is very important. You do not teach this to children.
Check his hard drive.
Oh.
There's a line. Yeah. There's always a line in the sand, isn't there? And they just want to go, well, parties. We're being obtuse here about what we're actually meaning. It's like,
yeah.
We know.
Why is he showing us, while talking about this, a scene about what looks like a fantasy animal struggle snuggling a cat villain?
From the She-Ra cartoon.
And of course, heterochromia. Of course. Just.
I mean, that's a pretty popular thing in a lot of designs for some reason.
At least it's a cat.
I just want it to burn. I don't care who did it. Any artist who thought that was a good idea.
What's the other one that...
I know it's a thing. It's rare. People do. Artists like to do it because it makes their characters stick out because of how rare it is.
It was cool. It was cool when it was like 3 anime characters in the 80s that had it.
It was only cool when David Bowie was born. After that, everything else was a waste, and it should be destroyed.
Well,
it's just a trend they're cashing in on.
Lady in DMC3, motherfucker.
What about Wesley Snipes?
Even that, she could wear a contact lens. She'd be fine.
No, bitch, I'm gonna defend Lady in DMC. Fuck you. In the games, not the.
I don't argue about DMC. It's DMC. It's not.
We don't talk about the Adi Shankar.
It doesn't bother me that much.
I agree with you with the Netflix slop fest, but not for the games.
I don't have a stake in DMC.
Oh yeah, as well. That character's crying as well while being pinned down.
Oh god.
This is definitely 2 consenting parties.
This is so good.
See, this is the thing. When I wrestle with my male friends, I never cry.
You make them.
I make them cry.
That's while you wear the cat ears. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, well, especially while I wear the cat ears.
They wear the tails. Yeah.
They usually go like, no hawk, no please, not both fingers. And I go, listen, it's all right. The safe word's banana.
That's why you're wearing the tail and I'm wearing the ears.
Yeah. A word no one knows how to say, right?
The safe word is Shreckle.
Okay, back to the video.
The idea that a heterosexual couple is the idea of love and romance. Them becoming gay is a clear indicator that them seeing it is not what caused it.
Are you what? What are you talking? How do we?
Are you retarded, good sir?
You still haven't explained why it needs to be in a kids show.
Wait, but how does a heterosexual couple being depicted somehow show that or not show that a gay couple is not an indicator of love? Like what do you do?
I think the guy just had an aneurysm while trying to explain.
Because we showed a male and a female hugging, therefore it's impossible to conceive of a male and a male hugging or a female and a female. Like, what do you? Is that what you actually think, sir? Like what?
Yeah, but these are the same people that think a man and another man shaking hands is signs that they're in a hot, steaming gay romance. So
this is the shoujo manga of the schoolboy and his best friend and a girl walking home at 9 years old holding hands. Is they're going to get married some. It's like, what are you doing?
yeah.
They're holding hands before marriage. They're going to hell.
Oh, jeez.
Oh dear me.
So yeah, heterosexual couple, good, but your brain cannot possibly conceive of two gay or.
No, but it's not even that. Your brain can conceive of it. It's just the fact that these people like take simple friendship as being gay romances, and you're like, okay. No offense, but like, it's one of the reasons why they all think Sam and Frodo are gay because they're friendly with each other. Yeah. Or other characters. Like, there could be a show where one male nods at another character and they're like, oh, they're having bum sex later tonight. You're like, what? No, what? No, we just nodded at each other. It's like, no, they're having some pretty
that's
hardcore stuff.
That's actually a good example. Where are all the agape military men that would die for their friend because they went through hell together and they're just best friends or they're just.
The left doesn't know that word.
Like it's such it's such a real thing to have guys just bond and just be there for each other for whatever reason, which is completely normal. Same with girls.
Yeah, there's literally a word for it. It's called bromance.
Sure.
Gods are not there for each other. The sisterhood is a lie.
No, it's just brotherhood. That's it. It's just brotherhood. It's not bromance. It's brotherhood.
It's something very simple.
Yeah, like bromance is the attempt to try and make there some sort of romantic feelings as well. When reality is
they try to characterize it as more than what it is, aside from just two people who are male who hang out a lot, like the same things,
who have deep respect for each other.
Exactly, that's normal.
The left
but it's not normal.
Platonic friendship is
platonic.
You can say love doesn't mean sexual lust. You know, love is something that doesn't automatically mean sex. But to the left, it does. So that's why they think if like you have a love for somebody and they're the same gender, they go, oh well, you must be gay. It's like, no, there's a difference. I love my father. Doesn't mean I'm gay. So.
All right.
3 years ago, I have friends from high school who are gay. I got some friends in middle school.
Yeah, we've all got people. We all know people who are gay. This is not an amazing, like, oh wow, I've got friends who are gay. I knew a black man. Isn't it amazing?
This is the same, I'm not homosexual, but, it's like, okay, we get it.
You can just replace gay with domestically abused. And it's just... That would be
I'm not a domestic abuser. I know loads of people who beat their wives.
I know lots
Not
of people.
Not my point, but fun. Still funny.
Yeah, it's like I know black guys. I know Chinese. I'm friends with Arabs. Like, okay, that's fine.
Hey,
And
fantastic! You're part of society. Well done.
yeah, well done. You
made it.
you go outside and touch grass every day. Bravo! Give yourself a fucking round of applause.
To who are also gay, or at least not fuckers are just haunting me.
Again,
Gay, at least not straight.
Your point with this? Why?
If they're not straight, then they're gay. That's how that fucking works.
I don't know if they're gay. I might have sex with them again to make sure.
They're at least not straight. Let me go find out.
Let me go find out. Well, it's like what is it? You know, on Scary Movie 1, and it goes, yeah, we're both gay. I'm not gay. Yeah, but you took me to California shopping. Yeah, I like the clothes there. But you made love to me. Actually, let me put it this way: you started sucking my dick. And it's like he's going like that. I've got gay friends in college. No, we're not gay. You just started sucking our dick, man. Oh.
Unless
this is such an amazing video. I'm glad I came onto this.
Unless these blanks are conning me, they're tricking you, sir, into what we don't know.
I have no idea what any of this has to do with is woke ruining video games. All I know is this guy doesn't know whether the guy who he's friends with, who's sucking his cock, is gay or not. Somebody in this room is gay.
He might not be gay, but he told me he was gay. Like, okay.
Our suspects are Gary, the man who's happily married, Trevor, the man who's currently sucking me off, or Patricia, the woman. Someone's gay in this room.
It did happen 3 years ago. Times might have changed. We don't know. People's sexuality might have altered then.
Yeah,
but he got better.
I go was just put in the chat about being gay. Well, a ball didn't touch her, okay?
Okay.
Man. What?
We're gonna get one of those mushrooms.
Oh god.
Oh man, this video is gonna get like banned from YouTube.
You straight, it's not a big deal. It's not that deep. Like, I'm Catholic, but I don't hold everybody in the same regard.
You are not Catholic.
I seriously doubt that.
You are not Catholic in the slightest.
Is there any other denomination you'd like to share with us for whatever purpose? I'm also a Freemason. I swim on weekends. I jump out of airplanes on weekends. I don't know.
Yes, I've gone to the Vatican.
Man, yeah, I'm Catholic. So anyway, here's me saying the N word repeatedly.
I think he wants to come across as ghetto, but
I don't think
it's not even ghetto. So like, what is this?
Yeah, there's no way to figure out where this
with his crap-tastic dialect.
He must have this very strange priest.
Oh man, he's met a lot of priests. I can imagine.
Ghetto priests.
Oh jeez. I'm not gay, but I was the chief choir boy. And I'll tell you something now, I could not sit down in those pews for long.
Oh my god.
Anyway, we're at 8 minutes and we're not learning anything about wokeness in media.
No.
I don't know where we're going. Where we're going.
Finish it. We're almost at the last 2 minutes.
Anywhere.
Okay.
Religion. That's not fair. Because who the fuck am I? I'll be damned if a Muslim nigga tell me that.
A Muslim nigger. Are you guys?
The fuck?
Do not use those two words
What does that
together.
have to do with being Catholic?
Okay. Whatever he just said, never repeat. Just to be safe. In public or otherwise.
Muslim N-word.
Can I just point out, he's gone on about how, like, people will be nice and accepting of stuff, and then he's just said that.
I'm a Catholic, by the way. Damn Muslim niggers. Like, okay, sure, sir. Stop.
Don't repeat it, and yet you repeat it.
Those are his words. Those are not mine. I'm just saying what he's saying.
Yeah, but still.
Just for racial justice.
I treat this like I'm at a writing class, and I just read whatever the other person wrote, and I read it back as if I'm correcting them. So,
As if YouTube gives a damn about that.
Not my words. As
if Google
He said it with an A. That makes it okay.
If Google cares.
Jeez. Anyway, that is an interesting thing to say when you're Catholic, but okay.
Can't eat. He can't eat pork. We live.
Oh my God.
We live in a society. Is he going to say
You realize that not eating pork isn't exclusive to Muslims. That also applies to Jewish people. Because it's not kosher.
Because they're not smart enough to preserve it.
It was a sanitary thing that...
Not smart enough to preserve. By the way, we checked that. It's not a sanitary thing. It was an economic scam.
Yes.
Oh, really?
You could be Jewish. You could be Islam. Yeah, the same diet. We get it.
Oh man, this guy has just literally tried to explain how being woke is like not being horrible because of 250 years of slavery and segregation, and he's literally gone, this Muslim N-word ain't gonna tell me I can't eat no pork. Where
is there a line for this gentleman? I don't think so. I think...
like this. Hello, Maggie. Yeah, all's forgiven. No, you're not the most insane person we've ever watched.
He's close.
He's like, he draws the line. He steps over. He makes a new one. It's okay. He's fine.
It will be a very rough awakening for him when the Muslim will force him to not eat pork.
Oh boy.
Listen to me.
I'm not giving up my frickin' bacon. I'm telling you that right.
I may hate all Muslims, but I draw the line of being mean to gay people.
But God help them if they stop me from eating pork. Okay. Anyway.
Diverse world. So why can't our gay people exist in?
Wait. Why can't our entertainment reflect that? Okay.
Within that argument.
Okay. Yeah.
Hold on. Even with that argument, it already did.
Yeah.
How about you just write it well? You don't need to have every damn piece in everything.
Imagine
that's what it, because then it's just overloaded and you can't do anything in depth.
Imagine
that's the problem.
He was a Muslim or Islamist or whatever, and saying that why can't our entertainment reflect Allah? Why can't everyone follow the teachings?
Because that's haram
of Humad. It's like, dude, it doesn't matter what group you're a part of. All you're saying is, why can't my group be here? That's all you're doing. It's your tribe saying, why isn't my tribe the best? It's like, do you realize what you're saying?
Because you didn't invent the wheel.
Can you imagine him being one of those crazy black supremacist genius, whatever, invented everything?
It was Kangs.
Is that what it is? I don't know what the name is, but it's just the
Yeah, it's like all I can say to this guy, it's like, why can't a media represent it? It's like, I'm just like, dude, it's called Static Shock. That's one big example where it had a message. It just wasn't propaganda.
It's not even that. Unfortunately, and I'm going to be brutally honest here, the West is a majority white place. In fact, it was almost pretty much completely just a white place until the advent of mass migration.
Yeah.
You're not going to get a lot of representation in these areas because you're not the natives. You've come in and are expecting people to create stuff for you. That's not how this works.
Yeah, it's really simple.
Unfortunately, that's the thing.
When you read the Constitution of America, the Charter of Rights of Canada, the constitutions of faith of the original states, they all have God and the Catholic faith somewhere in there. Not necessarily in the Constitution, but within the state's declarations of faith. So,
well, people complained that the Shakespeare play Henry V didn't have enough black people in it.
Really?
And you're like, well, yeah, because they weren't around then. They're like, well, we need representation. It's like, well, then it's not.
Yeah.
Sorry, if you go there looking for it, you're not going to get it because when it was written, they didn't know. Well, they knew about them, but they weren't there at the point. It's like, how come there's no black people at the Battle of Agincourt? Well,
Because there weren't any.
Yeah, it's the same issue with we were talking about movies having primarily British actors in the 60s, or Bollywood having only Indian actors, because that's what Bollywood is. It's expected, and for me to walk into that other country or other culture saying, why can't we have more Irish Americans in your ancient
that would
Indian...
be actual colonialism.
Yeah, in your ancient Babylonian epic of a bunch of Indians charging at whatever other opposing force. It's like you wouldn't do that for obvious reasons. So why we need gay relationships in modern family depictions for kids, I still don't know. So I don't know where he's going with this.
And if I went to Nigeria, I would not expect there to be Caucasians on the advertisement posters or on TV.
Or with...
Because that's nonsensical.
Or with Scottish accents, or maybe French. You could make the argument for certain French colonies that influenced South Africa.
That's still only like the 1800s.
Right.
Like, but if you go further back, then you're looking at where, like, you don't expect to see an Irishman in a crowd in like a documentary about the Mayans.
Yeah, but still in Germany now we have in advertisement, on posters, on my damn train ticket, we have black people everywhere. There are basically no Germans anymore in advertising. It's Arabs, it's black people, and that's it. It's not our country anymore. We're not wanted here by our government.
Just a quick question about, obviously, why can't, entertainment reflect that, or like gay people exist? What would you say if his favourite programme had a Muslim character who didn't eat pork? What would his reaction be to that?
Yeah. Well, I remember PBS has all kinds of, well, not all kinds of British shows that are popular world over for the past 10 years, if not more. One of them is called Death in Paradise, which is, I think, in the Caribbean. And
Saint Helena.
One of the main actors is usually some British bloke. He's the white dude.
Yeah, you've got Ben Miller in the first one, until he gets, spoilers, stabbed and killed at the start of the second season. The next guy, what's his name? He's a comedy actor from...
Yeah.
I can't remember. He was in it for ages. And then who? They got some, like, two other people are in it, because they keep swapping the detective, don't they?
Yeah, it was Father McDougal from
yes,
Father Ted.
Father Ted. Yeah, he was in it. He was all right. I used to watch it loads. It's got one of the coppers who works for it, Dwayne. He plays the cat in Red Dwarf, which was quite interesting.
Yeah, no, see, but that is most of that cast is either black, or they have like the person on vacation who's from wherever and they're white or
it's usually because it's like based in, obviously the Caribbean was controlled by the British until recently.
Exactly.
It's still got very much of a everything feels like it's from the 1960s still, when the Brits left. So it's got that strange, like, time capsule feeling.
Yeah, so
all the detectives are British people who come over for solve. They usually come over to solve one crime, and then they stay for however long.
Right, and that's what you kind of expect. The same way we have black dramas, we have mostly black characters in New York or wherever the settings are.
Chris Marshall, Fred Knott says, that's the guy who was the second one, Chris Marshall.
Yeah, and I'm not saying these shows are brilliant or anything, but the setting has to reflect
they're quite good. They're amazing.
Well, as far as murder mysteries goes, I think they're a little silly at times. Some of the episodes I do like. I was like, oh, that was clever. But I'm a big aficionado on these stories. So I'm kind of like really strict on how they do it. But the casting is fine. There's no one arguing. Oh wow, there's this white guy at a Caribbean colony. And like the Caribbean was conquered by like the Chinese and the Germans, the French. Like everyone took over these places, so they're multicultural. but the natives are black. No problem. We get the idea.
Yeah.
So no one has. I've never heard anyone argue about those shows because these guys don't watch them, of course, because they watch their cartoons. And they go, oh, where are all the gay people in these shows? It's like even in the adult shows, they don't care because the shows are not about gay people. They're about murder.
That's something that always gets me because in the Caribbean, it's not wise to be gay. They're very anti-gay over there.
Okay.
It used to be if you went on holiday to say Jamaica, they'd tell any gay couple you must stay inside the hotel compound. Do not go out into the surrounding areas because if they find out you're gay, they will lynch you up, and the police will not do anything about it.
Oh wow, jeez.
Yeah, that's honestly that's true. It's very religious over there with Christianity, so they take it very seriously, and people don't realise that.
Yeah, it's
at all.
It is also a very strange nuance to Agatha Christie's Poirot for the BBC, which there were some elements of that in the books, but they brought them out a lot in the BBC for whatever reason, and it wasn't bad. It wasn't done poorly. It just was that, like, I remember reading it. I don't remember that element. They put it in there for no reason, and you're like, oh, that brings a new twist to the plot, but you can't deduce that, so it doesn't make a difference. So you could put the two spinsters, right? Oh, they are one of the girl likes the other girl, but she didn't tell her. So it's like, oh, okay, that's fair, but it doesn't change the plot of the person who could be the murderer. So it's okay. They just decided to do that, and the Puritans are like, well, this is stupid. Why even do this? But it doesn't affect the characterization. It just adds that little element of, okay, that could work. Like it's not impossible. So I don't like it as much, but because I prefer obviously a 1-to-1. But there were some good elements with that. Some of them I didn't like. The Cards on the Table is one of those ones where I'm like, there was no need to do that, but it was part of the original, so fair enough. Go for it. So I don't mind it when it's done properly as a sense of the function of the story, which is mystery. So it's like, oh, if you could figure that out, that would take a lot of brain power as a mystery to deduce, as opposed to let's make two of the characters gay and really confuse the shit out of everyone because I want to change the original. It's like, well, then you're pissing off the people who like the story. You're pissing off gay people because I don't think they were treated very well in 1936 in Britain.
No.
So it's like
no, not at all. See, that's another thing people forget about the fact. I think it was only made not a crime to be gay in like 1962 or something like that. So
definitely during the 80s, it was more acceptable, but.
Well, I think it was made like it used to be a crime if you caught committing homosexual acts, you could go to prison. Yeah. God, the good old days. But it wasn't until the 90s that it was actually accepted in Britain. Because remember, in the 80s they had the AIDS epidemic. Even over here, I know they had it in America, but they also had it over here. So it wasn't really accepted until like the 90s, well, the late 90s as well.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how it is a sign of the times, but the adaptation argument says, okay, well, we have to stick to the books because everyone knows the books. This is the most popular author in the world. You have to be true to the story, but we got to put our spin on it because that's what directors have to do. And these LGBTQ, I guess you could say plus themes, although I can't really think of too many that were in the stories, only later on in the series had queer characters, as they say, hiding in plain sight. So they act as if they're playing bridge at night together and they're obsessed. It's like, oh, no, that's not what's going on. Anyway, back to the video. We're almost done. Thankfully.
If they exist in some kid show.
But the woke
back to this guy
with their leftist agenda.
No, it's called creating and accepting an environment for all people. So with creating that environment, do we see an uproar of people identifying?
No, anal has no place in children's media.
And
End of story.
they're saying accepting of all people, dude. You, my brother in Christ, you cannot accept people who think differently than you.
I want to know what this sentence is.
We must accept everybody, apart from those Muslim
N-words. Yeah. So creating an environment, which is a good thing, we see an uproar of people. I want to know what that sentence means. Let's keep going.
People identifying with that way of life.
Are you sure? Are you honestly sure that because you create an environment or a story or narrative where there are gays or homosexuals or whatever in a positive light, there's going to be an uproar of people in the minority of minorities of functioning homosexual partners that are married are going to go, bravo, kids show. This is a thing I'm identifying with. It could happen. I mean, you could like talk to a gay couple and say, hey, I'm going to write a gay couple for this kids show. What do you think I should do? And they go, well, you should do this X, Y, and Z. I really don't think you're.
Jay Jemison's just mentioned again that we've forgotten. You have to remember that he does think that this is just propaganda.
It is good.
Yeah, propaganda. This propaganda is good. So this is why he's saying, "Oh no, it's." He went, "Oh, it's the woke agenda." It's like, no, it's just doing. No, you said it was propaganda to begin with.
Yeah, I want to see a survey done just for gay people who watch a show for kids that have gay people in it. And I want to hear the uproar, a scale from 1 to 10. I want like the 10, 10, 10. I want the ultimate gay response to be, oh my God, thank you so much for having the whatever gay romance partnership thing in this kid's show. Like this is what I need to see, because this is what this guy said.
Why is that? But that's adults then watching a kids show with
exactly.
gay characters. That's missing the point entirely.
Yes, exactly. This is why this dude is so off in his own little world.
But on the other hand, what he's saying is that the propaganda to make kids accepting of gay people or turning them gay, by putting the gay in the kids shows is good because that's what we want. That's the outcome we want. So brainwashing propaganda is good when we do it.
Yeah, but it's also what he's saying as well is we want to make this propaganda to brainwash your kids, but you cannot notice it. And if you notice it, or it doesn't exist, you're just being silly. So, well, okay, but you're making it very clear what you want. He's just annoyed that people are noticing it. That's the whole thing. He's annoyed that. And it really boils down to this with the left. They're annoyed that people are starting to notice what they're doing, and they're not supporting it.
Yeah,
that's what's annoying to them.
It's like you're make a kids show, and you're going to have a relationship between a kid and his dog, and there's going to be an uproar of kids and their dogs because the depiction of the dog and the kid is so great that they're very happy about. Like it's just the silliest metric. To say this is important.
Sir, the furries are coming.
Yeah, it's like, oh my God, the dog and the kid relationship is such a cornerstone of that episode. I'm like, okay, like, is that an important thing to you for some odd like? There's definitely more dogs and kids than there are gay people, so you might even make an argument for that because we have lots of people and their pets. But is that really a concern? And why is that an issue? Why would I want to have dogs and kids and shows depicted in a certain light for the sake of it? I don't understand this logic to
talk about dogs and kids. Ironically, do you remember that was it monkeypox that went round?
Right.
Oh no.
Oh God.
Yeah. Did you know that obviously it was mainly like gay men transferring it, and then it went to kids and dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there was always a strange. The only other person in the family that had it was some gay uncle.
Yeah, that's strange. But anyway, it dropped out of the news. Anyway, moving on.
We just stopped talking about it.
Oh God.
Yeah, that's strange. Anyway, moving on.
8 minutes and 32 seconds. We're doing good.
Affenpocken.
Being who they are. Plus, you just sound slow. Think about it. A kid watches a gay character now.
Yes,
you of all people say other people sound slow.
Yes, you Mr. Slurry words. I've spoken to a German who's drank the entire top shelf of a bar dry, who
use slurred words less than you.
Thank you.
Just this is there's toothless meth addicts who speak better English.
Fucking Boomhauer from King of the Hill speaks more coherently.
I don't get that reference, but yes, you're right.
I'll send you a clip of King of the Hill later.
All right, let's keep going.
Seen the opposite happening. Why? Because
Wait. What are you talking
The
about?
opposite?
Let's rewind.
Why the
since
opposite?
they're not ashamed of being who they are. Plus, you just sound slow. Think about it. A kid watches a gay character. Now he's gay. I have never seen the opposite happening.
What is that?
What
the
the
opposite?
fuck?
So you've never seen a gay kid watch a straight character and turn straight, but you've seen a straight kid watch a gay character and turn gay. Is that what you're saying?
I want to know when this happened, who you're talking to, what show you were watching, and like I want a full report. Like, how did this? Because this is corollary to us talking about.
His logic is because the opposite has never happened, so this can't happen.
Well, this is
okay, but there's no such thing as a gay kid.
Well, exactly. But this is the violence causes. Video games cause violence because a kid played a violent video game and shot someone or whatever. Like, okay, maybe that's true. Give me the example, please. This is so random.
Figure out.
It's so random. He's just like, oh, by the way, I know a guy who watched a show that was gay and he became gay. And you're like, what?
No, but I'm trying to figure out what he actually means by it, because a kid watches a gay character, now he's gay. I have never seen the opposite happen. So there's two negatives already in that sentence. But I've now got to try and figure out, I have seen that thing, I have seen it happen, would be what he's trying to say. I have seen that happen.
I think that's what he's saying.
Maybe it's a gay person watching a normal show with, heterosexual couples.
Yeah.
Turn
They turn
heterosexual. Like, what? What show? What? I watched a show, and then suddenly, I became straight. What were you? Matlock? Like, what did you watch, sir? Like, what?
Listen, I was gay until I watched MacGyver.
Yeah,
Anyway, what?
PI. Miami Vice.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out. I know he said that he thinks people are slow, so I don't know whether he just put that in to bamboozle people. I'm trying to. I should not have to get a dictionary out to understand what someone means in a sentence. Especially a person whose greatest comment was meaningful meaning.
I was watching.
I would have rephrased that as you can have a message that has a meaning.
Well,
or have a meaningful message.
I just wouldn't have used any of those words in conjunction with each other.
It's
said something else.
It's like I'm a serial murderer and I watched Columbo, and it's because it's a reverse murder mystery I stopped being a serial murderer because
I've watched people watch killer movies not become killers, and I have never seen the opposite of that happening. It's like, so have you seen someone become a killer, or have you seen a killer stop being a killer? What have you seen, sir? Tell me what your not gay eyes see.
Oh my god, for the last 2 minutes, this is why it's so crazy. Oh no.
Let's see what he means afterwards. I'm sure he'll explain everything.
No, I don't think he will.
I want to know also how woke isn't being ruined.
Fuck with Steam Universe, a show about literal lesbian space rocks, but most my niggas are straight. Look at our house. Most people don't like this.
What? Who?
Most of my N-words are straight, and they watch the gay space rock show. They're not straight.
Look at the house. What house? What are we talking
Owl House, the thing that's on the fucking thumbnail.
People don't like the entire show.
It's the show is called Owl House. Sorry, because I couldn't hear him. He said, "Look at the house." I'm like, what?
Look at the owl house.
Oh my god. Anyway.
Is bi, even though Steven Universe.
How loose is bi?
I think it's supposed to be. I don't even remember. I don't even know the girl's name.
Her name is bi. Okay, whatever.
Well, she's bisexual. We're at the end.
What? So her name? We don't know her name, but she's okay. I don't care. Who cares?
Is that Lucy is bi?
More LGBTQ themes within kid shows. Like, God forbid a person from their community try to create a show for their people, giving good.
That's not a people. It's not a
Yeah,
people.
but the thing is,
And the creator, the Rebecca Sugar, is not trans.
What I always laugh about is like
I
what
don't
was
believe
said.
Rebecca Sugar is a
These are
sexual
just-
predator, though.
These are just adults who refuse to A, grow up, and B, are just trying to brainwash the next generation to be like them.
That's
And
what
you're
I'm
like,
saying.
right.
So
That's what I mentioned earlier. Children's shows aren't for kids anymore. They're for emotionally stunted adults.
he is
With sexual fetishes.
he is referring to not heterosexual people, right? When he says they're people.
Yes.
I believe
Yes, it means
so.
LGBTQ
Yeah,
plus
not-
two-spirit maps. Yes.
Not normal. Okay, fine.
Yes.
The rainbow cult.
This is so. It's like, as soon as he says this, because I'm like, okay, great. There are shows for not gay people, but I don't even think that. Like, no one thinks that way. We don't say watch a show like, wow, this is the gay show, or this is the show with the gays. Like, no one is thinking that way. So for him to go, why can't she just write a story for her people? I'm like, what are you talking about? What do you mean her or their people? What is going on here? What?
He's admitting it's about tribalism.
I don't know what this is, but this is not how. Like, I don't go on TV or whatever streaming and go, let's watch the gay show, let's watch the bisexual, let's watch the like. No one would do this, even if there were was it not Sex and the City?
This community that he's always on about. Have you ever noticed that whenever they make a show for this community, it always crashes and burns very quickly with low ratings? It's almost like this community isn't that large.
Well, there was a
And the false assumption they have is that it's also a monolith, that everybody within it is all in favor of the narrative, which is not the case. The people actually in it are all over the political spectrum.
I remember the popular show called Will and Grace that specifically had two main gay characters, and it was a comedy, but it wasn't about them being gay. It was the fact that it was a man and a woman who used to be in a relationship. They discovered he was gay. They were still best friends, and that was it. That was the setup, and everything else is just the quirky, bizarre other characters that came about. Like, I can't remember the lady's name, but she was so not sardonic. What's the word I'm looking for? She's like so not mean spirited, but just like that was the fun. Like, she'd have all these zingers. The other friend was more flamboyantly gay. Will was just typical gay guy, whatever. And that was it. This show was a comedy, and that was fine, and it was a great show. And it went on for 8 or 9 seasons. So there are shows with gay people, and they're fine, and it's not a big deal. It's not, they're not representing no, they just happened to be gay, and no one cared. It wasn't a big deal. Now there's with that stupid cartoon Q-Force or whatever the hell, those other nonsense shows that didn't last too long.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, forget it. You just don't. Yeah, don't even.
Strange he doesn't bring up the bazillion gay mangas.
Oh yeah, well that's manga. Manga, you do whatever you like. It's crazy.
That means he doesn't know about any of it. Because he doesn't actually care.
Yeah, it's like the First Amendment went to Japan, and it's like, yeah, you could just print whatever you like. We don't care. Have fun, and you can copy whatever you like, because that's the culture of saying, if you like a popular thing, make your own. From that, do your own. The fanfic becomes the mainstream, which is crazy, but those are the laws in Japan, and that's why. That's why manga is so big, and that's why anime is so big, because there's freedom of expression, and it's like a broken clock. It'll eventually hit a home run.
Can we have a First Amendment in Germany?
Probably not.
No.
Definitely not in Canada. So.
Wonder how much longer we'll have it in the States.
Yeah.
As long as you fight for it.
And Americans can fight for it, which is always nice. Because they got all the guns. Okay. Man, last minute. Jeez.
Me personally, I can never be mad at the creators of these shows. Rebecca,
You can never be, never. Just impossible. Really.
Rebecca Sugar is a terrible person.
and Dunn Trans, sorry if I pronounced, and both.
Wait, the name is Dana Trans?
Her name is Dana Trans, apparently.
Are you sure it's
Is that
not
a joke?
his lisp or whatever his problem is with pronunciation?
Is it just me, or does Rebecca Sugar look kind of like Jerry Seinfeld?
That's because they're both Jewish.
Okay. Anyway.
Merit and resumes to create.
Oh my God, they have the merit and resumes. Of what merit and what resume? What are you talking about?
A resume. They have the resumes.
Wow.
Yeah, you fill out a resume when applying for a job.
I'm going off top of my head, but Rebecca Sugar previously worked on Adventure Time, and Dana worked on Gravity Falls. So they're clearly talented. So why a nigga?
That doesn't necessarily mean they did anything important.
And he's.
I mean, Rebecca Sugar wrote for the worst episodes of Adventure Time.
Why is he calling them the N-words?
Because it's endearing for them, I guess. I don't fucking know.
Jeez.
Mm-hmm.
As always, don't change our characters, make your own, but you people are still mad when they're making new characters.
We're not mad, we're criticizing what's put in front of us. We're allowed to criticize bad characters.
Yeah, but they can make. We are happy when they make their own stuff, but we will also criticize it. We will judge it by objective merits, as well as subjective.
Just
both.
like we judge and criticize the things that we like.
Yeah, yeah, and their stuff is always wanting. It's badly written because these people can't write.
Says that if seeing a different character in a show or movie or video game really gets you tight, please invest in a.
Sorry, what did he say?
I don't know.
Let's try that again.
Tight.
Really
Listen, I'm all tight because my money situation.
When they're making new characters. My last takeaway, all I gotta say is that
This is still on 0.75. I still couldn't hear him.
if seeing a different character in a show or movie or video
Okay, I got that.
game really gets you tight, please.
Really gets you tight?
Wound up, I guess?
I guess.
Uptight.
Uptight? Okay. Yeah.
J-O-B, my nigga. And
In a what?
J-O...
A J-O-B. A job.
Invest...
How do
Invest in a job.
How do you invest in a job? What are you talking
Invest in a job.
about? You mean like
He
going...
doesn't know what words mean.
Like paying money to education? Is that like education is an investment, so going to college?
Damok et Tenagra.
I may as well. You may as well be speaking in alien tongues.
He's saying touch grass. Yeah, we know what he's trying to say, but he said it in a stupid way. Get a job. Okay, I've got a job. I don't like these shows.
No, but you have to invest.
Checkmate.
You have to
My
invest
nigga.
in the job. How do you invest in your job, Hawk? What do you? Is there like
How do I
stocks?
invest?
You can buy
I don't know. I
stocks.
wake up and go there for 9 o'clock and come back when my hours are done.
Is there a public offering? Can you have a co-ownership of the company? I don't like. What,
No. No.
I'm peeking in the memes right now. They're great.
can you buy out your employer? I don't know. What is he talking about?
Possibly buy out my employer. I mean, it's a small family-run business.
Okay.
So
maybe
all I've got to do is just win the lottery.
Or marry into the family. I don't know.
Bear in mind as well, this guy couldn't get a simple job for filling out the paperwork.
Oh God. Anyway, where's he going with this investing in a job? Let's find out.
forward, shout out to little homie King John for playing the role of Charlie Kirk within this video. I'm going to leave a link to
You actually needed help. Okay. I mean,
Well, that was the only one you could even understand, so. Threadnought with a super chat.
I'll get there. Don't worry. I'm gonna finish this off.
Let's just finish this.
Description below. Also makes media commentary videos, and I'm also gonna leave a link to his Discord server because that's like the best way of.
Oh my God, they have a Discord. Let's go.
Everybody has a Discord.
I gotta
do we want to go troll the Discord?
I just want to just sit and listen. I just want to. Do these people actually speak and type this? Like, can you imagine the ebonics in typing? Like, it's amazing.
That's what BBC Pigeon is for.
I just want to chat. My name's Taker, and we do a little.
Taker?
Taker, apparently.
Taker. A little review channel, and his name is Taker.
Yeah.
Is that what he goes by, or is that his actual given name?
I hope that translates to he takes reviews. He doesn't take things. He just
takes things from the store.
Well, no, that's less offensive than I was thinking. Anyway. Okay, let's read Threadnought, and then we'll get to the memes, because holy hell, what a crazy video. You've made a classical blunder. Never get involved in a land war in Asia. Never go up against a Sicilian when death is on the line, and never dress as a choir boy in front of a Catholic priest. I am happy 2/3 of the way and angry 1/3 because he took my favorite quote from Vazzini. So anyway, where are we? We are ready for memes?
Yeah.
What? Okay, let's do it.
Whereabouts are we?
Well, we're at the end. It's time for memes.
Yeah, I know. I know where. Jesus Christ! I know where we are. And then where are we with memes?
Yeah, this is essentially
English motherfucker. Do you speak it?
Yeah, this is essentially the thumbnail of the video, or all his videos, I bet.
I'll give you the message link in the group, Hawk.
It's amazing
how Dingo already posted it
leftist
in here.
Discourse is just them pretending not to understand things, thus making discourse impossible.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's a combination of obviously his speech problems, what he's trying to say, and what he actually knows. Because even if he understood it better, we probably wouldn't have understood what he was saying. And if he was spoken clearly, and we could understand the words coming out of his mouth, it wouldn't make any sense anyway. So he'd have to actually be one of those, I don't know, academics, the left-leaning university types, and then have actually a comprehensive voice. That would help.
Get some speech therapy, dude. It'll help you a lot.
Up yours, Wook.
Wook moralist. It's okay, guys. He says he's sorry.
Oh my God.
And then, of course,
oh no!
Get away from
no!
That
is just no.
I don't know who the last one is.
Get away from
That's Assad.
Large man, Steven. Who is that guy? The black dude?
EDP or whatever his name was. Pedophile.
Oh my God.
Who wanted to meet up with a 13-year-old girl and tried to apply for a job at Chuck E. Cheese after that.
Oh, Jesus.
Don't besmirch the good name of heathens.
Be gone, ye unholy heathen.
These are not heathens. The heath is a geographical landscape. It's up here in the north. The Africans don't have it. They don't have a heath.
Do you speak any English?
I'm currently hitting the gritty in the name of Mars. The joke? What was the Mars supposed to be?
I don't know.
I can't remember.
I don't remember. He just said Mars for some reason.
Well, no, the translation, the computer thought it was Mars, but I know it wasn't.
I don't know.
I can't think.
Oh, there she is. Michelle Grumpner, or whatever her last name was, with a G. She got reelected. Okay, British cigarettes.
I get.
You can't even define.
Why do you call them that? Because they burn out in the end.
What, fags?
Yeah.
Why do we call them fags? I don't know.
Anyway,
it's just they burn out at the end.
Anyway, here's a definition. Woke is shorthand for wokeness or wokeism. Wokeism is the belief that all society is currently and intentionally structured to oppress. All gaps in performance between large groups illustrate this, and the solution is equity, proportional representation without regard to performance. That's an
which means communism.
That is more. Yeah, it's more of a economic approach to classism than it is to the current or the definition I was using rather. Interesting. And it's not wrong either. Average Steven Universe fan episode. Okay. Average regular show fan episode.
Drugs.
Okay.
I mean, that's basically how you can describe regular show. It's just a fever dream.
Oh.
It's a fun show. It's just weird.
Mexican girls and Mexican cartoons. Let me zoom in here. Mexican girls and
Latinx. Latinx. We don't use that.
Yeah. Congratulations, you are being represented. Please do not resist.
That's how they do it with every demographic. With every demographic, they do this.
I would like to learn how to do my taxes. Public schools, some men get periods. Great.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Did you hear that Mike Myers was involved?
Yes.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, behave.
With Diddy parties.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. Disney
and then
movies.
him posting a clip from Pocahontas. Like, I think Disney was better at being diverse when they weren't trying to be diverse.
Yeah, just make fun, awesome movies for kids. You think the only people who are people are the people who look and think like you, but if you walk the footsteps of a stranger, you'll learn things you never knew you never knew.
Yeah.
Rich, what are you doing? Is that bourbon or rye?
I don't know. It's whiskey and, well, now I want more.
Yeah.
You have some more bourbon down there. I might pour me another glass after the stream.
I will watch this later. Ohana means family. Family means abandoning your loved ones to study from abroad. Okay.
You know what really pisses me off about that? They live in Hawaii. That's a state that has one of the best marine biology institutes in the world.
Oh, really? Wow.
You could have gone there to study marine biology, and you're absolutely fucking nothing because you're a native Hawaiian.
That's a cool.
Oh, Disney.
One of my cousins actually majored in that.
Nice.
It is a cool study.
Yes, I'm a part of the LGBT. Large swords, gorgeous swords, big swords, 3 swords.
LGBT. Okay.
I'm actually going to order a sword for when I go to a Ren fair. I'm looking at a few online.
Oh, be careful! It's a deadly weapon. Anyway.
I'm worried. It's a blunt steel trainer prop. I'm not carrying a weapon around a Ren fair. That'd be dumb.
Okay, good job. Straight is
great.
Okay, great.
Chris, what are you wearing?
You ate my
chocolate bar, so I'm homophobic now.
What? Why is the girl
I assume that's for Deltarune or something?
Yeah, the girl's a furry. I don't know. Or deer?
I think that's Deltarune.
All right.
Surrender your children to the state and pursue a shitty life in America.
Shiny,
excuse me.
May 23rd. Okay.
What do they mean by shiny life in America?
I don't know.
It's good. You want to go there.
Kill Whitey.
Grass is always greener over a septic tank.
Race war? I don't know what that's referring to.
Here we go. It's in that episode of South Park, Stan Marsh said the N-word on Wheel of Fortune, and Stan's trying to play the moral grandiose, I'm such a good person to Token, we can be friends, and Token's like, dude, fuck you.
Well, I'm not going to read what happened in 1654, but the first slave owner in America was not only black, he went to court and demanded.
Anthony Johnson.
All right. There we go. My generation will decide the future. Your generation can't decide if they're a boy or a girl.
You chuds lack the media literacy to handle this complex and intimate, intricate writing. The writing in question.
Sure.
Whoa.
Well.
replying to Elon Musk, "Dear feminists, what's your answer? Companies pay women less? Then why don't they hire only women?"
Because women are terrible.
I can't read that.
Define woke. Define woman. No, that's woke.
That's very on point.
In nature, predators often camouflage themselves from prey like the copperhead or the trapdoor spider and others.
Trapdoor spiders are some of the coolest animals in the world. Like, they just... In fact, they will take in frogs that eat insects out to go after their eggs. Symbiotic relationship between spiders and toads. It's neat.
One of the Concorde devs donated their commemorative launch plaque to Goodwill, and I can't stop laughing. Oh, why would...
I would buy that just because it'd be funny.
Is that the first gold disc they burnt? Is that
something like that?
Yeah.
It's like that game crashed and burned, and it didn't have to, because the concept art actually looks kind of good, and they fucked it up.
Yeah. New Zealand's first lesbian ship captaincy's first warship sink since World War II. The vessel was worth $61 million.
Women.
Oh, God. When you get your gender studies degree. Oh, I like that. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Ba, 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 ba. That's great. Boy, the sound of that whip sure... This is what this guy was reminding me of. He reminded me of a character from the Boondock Saints. I swear I was listening
That's Uncle Ruckus.
This guy could have fit right in. Didn't have to act. We'll just hire that kid. Play a character. You're done.
No talent, unknown YouTubers making the next video made anti-woke is bad video. It's just slop.
Synthetic patties?
That episode of SpongeBob Crabs sold out to some chain restaurant, and they turned it into slop.
People need to understand that waking's meaning changes so much it has a new meaning that it isn't what it originally meant. An example of what woke really is Star Wars, especially the originals. A group of people fight against an empire that hiddens injustice. Oh my God. That hiddens injustices around the galaxy. That is an actual example of what being woke means. Now these days people make it mean, oh, this show, two boys kiss, or Luz and Amity kiss. This is why we need education and not have people like our president in office. Wow.
Yeah, that's a fucking...
Basically saying we need more brainwashing.
I don't know where that...
To me, wokeness is ignorantly inserting your own ideology within the... Inorganically inserting your ideology with the intent to educate instead of entertain. The Owl House did not do this, therefore to me, the Owl House isn't woke. It is. In fact, what I love about it, one of the things, is that it was cut short, but we still got a fantastic ending, if you say so. Unlike Star versus the Forces of Evil, an example of woke is uplifting girls by making all the boys stupid and incompetent. She-Hulk had a meltdown on how she is better at regulating emotions because being a woman sucks to Bruce Banner, who witnessed his mother's murder when he was a child. Oh, that's not even the worst thing that happened to Bruce Banner, but okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, that's a pretty good example of what woke is, just shoehorning your own ideology into people.
So here's the actual author replying, it seems. Your definition of wokeness is terrible because just... Let me try that again. Your definition of wokeness is terrible because you didn't find a story entertaining or didn't like how it delivered its message doesn't mean others felt the same way. I didn't watch She-Hulk, so I can't comment on that, but I am familiar with Star versus the Forces of Evil. What? And that show didn't uplift the female characters by making all the male characters stupid. Toffee, one of the main antagonists, was intelligent and cunning, and he was ultimately proven right by Star.
Okay, that is true. Toffee was a very cold, calculating, cunning villain.
Glossaric was one of the most...
Glossaric, I don't remember. That was Star's mentor.
It's the wizard in
guy.
the book.
Okay.
Like, he was kind of a little dickhead, but that is funny.
Okay. Was the most knowledgeable characters and served as a mentor to Star. He was also male. Marco and Tom weren't dumbed down either and definitely had their own standout moments. So how does that refute that it's not a woke show? He's just listing characters that did stuff.
Yeah, it's like, yeah,
there
but
is a literal cross-dressing arc for Marco.
Yeah.
Is that the same guy we just covered? I think so, right?
Yes, that is.
Yeah, that's why the
the
writing is so utterly
hard to read.
dismal.
Go woke, go broke isn't a thing, you chud. Concord and Dustborn, Velma, The Acolyte, The Marvels, She-Hulk, Ghostbusters 2016.
My head.
We can keep going.
Yeah.
This is just basically me during the video. My head. Like.
I had to look at the screen, unfortunately, because usually I just put my head down and listen. Everything's great. This was bad.
Why do so many villains drink milk?
Milk is very good for you.
Calcium.
Protein, yeah, it's very good.
Happy Mother's Day.
Oh my God.
That's just mean.
Ew.
I love my Tesla. Elon is Hitler. and now
you know what's absolutely hilarious about that whole situation is the very people screaming Elon is Hitler were the same people saying if you can't afford gas, buy an electric car.
Well, now they love Elon because he's arguing with Trump now. It's weird. It's
not even arguing with Trump anymore. It was such a stupid thing.
Elon's just pissy that Trump isn't funding his pet projects.
Yeah. The thing is, though, they've had this hoo-ha, and I've always said, by Monday, it'll be like it never even happened. We barely got through Saturday, and it's like it's never even happened.
Yeah.
So it was an absolute nothing of a...
Yeah.
What the hell?
Well, Demi Lovato, yeah, she also thought she was a fucking ghost, so it doesn't really matter.
Demi Lovato is
insane.
She is what happens when you go to work for the Disney Channel. Don't work for the Disney Channel. This is what happens to you.
Well,
you know a funny thing about people. Obviously, she did a DNA test with it. Do you know there was loads of companies that got done because they were falsifying people's results?
That doesn't surprise me.
Like they were putting 1% black in.
Is this
everything is political, and it's a cute anime girl eating a board.
Is this Saber? Yeah. Is it a chibified Saber from?
Yes, I think it's just meant to be a cute anime girl eats a cheeseburger.
That's Saber.
Burger King. Yeah, it looks like AI. It kind of looks like AI generated.
No, I've seen that on Twitter. It makes its rounds. That is an actual drawing somebody did. It's like somebody made some kind of political sanctimonious whatever about colonialism and imperialism or whatever. Artist chimed in and said, "No, it's just a cute girl eats a hamburger."
I project my politics onto everything because I have no identity outside my personal politics.
Yeah.
That's sad.
Watch that later.
Never saw the show or played the game, but I like the dumb editing. Okay, maybe that might be fun.
Yeah, apparently in Marvel Comics, T'Challa has a white son who could be the heir to Wakanda and the Black Panther mantle.
Really?
Enter.
Oh, I've got to disagree with I Go Dreamer in the chat there. 1% African, everyone is percentage African. You come down the roots of mankind. The Out of Africa theory has been debunked. They found closer relatives in Europe who never ventured into Africa. So if you're Caucasian, you're more related to those outside of the ones found in the cradle of life.
So here we got the, I don't know if this is a male or female thing, but it's the kids watching Dragon Ball and going, yeah.
Little black girl, she's just like me, Ariel. And then just Son Goku.
Mm-hmm.
That sums it up perfectly.
How are black people able to relate to Sonic, but not to non-black people?
Because he runs fast.
And he also steals God of Rings.
Pokemon shiny hunters when their wife gives birth to a baby with a different skin color. What?
Thank the whites. Thank the whites.
Oh my god. What is Trump doing with his kittens?
Saving them.
He's
got them by the pussy.
Haitians. Because the Haitians were eating the cats, weren't they?
Oh my god. Oh, that was his quote, right? He said something about. Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
It's not made up though. We had those cases here too, but years earlier and from other countries.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. 6 words.
They were doing it on the sidewalk.
I know.
By the power of white girl, I am offended on your. Oh.
What?
Average bland woke media fan, average owl house enjoyer. Really? Okay.
Yeah. No. Just no.
No.
Someone put no. Just
I'm gonna clean that shit right off your screen. No.
Literature devil. Just be gay, bro. Did he say that?
It's less gay to just be gay, lit dev.
Oh god. Wake up. It's time for your daily pegging. Oh my god.
Man, if that's what you're into. An outtake from Bear in the Big Blue House. It's them cussing each other in the characters.
Yeah, I've seen this one. Yeah.
It's a funny blooper.
All right.
The cameras quit rolling. They just decided to screw around.
Muffins Toys dump truck review.
Yeah, that's actually a good episode, that is.
I mean, that's making fun of those parents who make their kids do toy reviews for their own, I guess, for a side gig on YouTube. Like Ryan's Toy World or whatever.
You should let in more refugees because Jesus said to be compassionate in the Bible somewhere. No, I'm not a Christian and I have nothing to contempt but contempt for your backward religious beliefs. So yeah, this argument wouldn't work on me, but maybe if I use it on you, you'll do what I want.
Yeah.
That's thumbs up.
Jesus also said to put a millstone around the nonce's neck and throw him into the sea.
Yep. Yes, he did.
Oh no.
He also chased people with a bullwhip.
I'm gonna be. What did they do to her face?
Oh god! They've expanded the face to fit her head better.
Please vote.
I don't know. That's accurate.
Please vote for Trump so Haitian immigrants don't eat us. What?
War crimes are okay. That's all part of your character arc.
Do you not know about the Haitians eating animals?
Apparently not.
Yeah, so they were eating animals. Yeah.
I hate New Zealand.
Yeah, like they were eating ducks out of the damn park. Like, well, you hunt ducks, not in the city fucking park.
What does? Wait, what does?
I fucking hate New Zealand.
Scarlet Witch and Moon Knight and.
I mean, it's a solid JJ meme.
Does it have anything to do with New Zealand? I don't think so.
I meant that to be a reply to that New Zealand warship that woman sank.
Oh.
Do you know I'm actually barred from going to New Zealand?
I would consider that a blessing.
Yeah, no, actually, during COVID, they released some images of saying New Zealand's helping stop the spread of COVID, and they showed these like really restrictive like rules. So I said, God, it looks like a hellhole. I got Maori MPs threatening me with violence on Twitter. And I was told by an MP of New Zealand that if I ever set foot in New Zealand, they'd arrest me.
Wow.
Oh, somebody's is insecure.
Yeah, I got 400 different accounts on Twitter send me death threats. It was great.
All the New Zealanders sent you death threats?
Pretty much the entire New Zealand sent me death threats.
I had somebody tell me I should be shot because I said I don't care that the Kiwi's going extinct. If you don't have a survival instinct, you were never going to make it. Like Kiwis literally have no fight or flight instinct.
I don't.
They can't fly.
I don't mind if
you know what I mean.
People and pets have non-symmetrical faces. That's genetics. That's natural. It's normal. I'm fine with that. If you draw, some character and you color it, wouldn't it be cool if they had two different colored arms or whatever? It's like, yeah, sure. But eyes, you know how rare that is, complicated.
But it's kind of neat. In fact, when I have a
no, it's not.
I have a Gundam kit of Ariel from Witch from Mercury. I used 2 different eye colors for the color correction stickers.
Motherfucker, I will defend lady and I'll hear no shit about it.
Damn right.
I have more problems with your arsenal than eyeballs.
I don't mind it when characters have heterochromia, but if that's the only thing you have to make your character interesting, don't bother.
It's better to have love. Okay, here's. I don't know what this has to do with anything, but.
Yeah.
You're entering the no context meme area.
I think that had to do when we were talking about Arabs or something.
Really?
When he mentioned Muslim inwards.
Oh my god. Is this a thing in a movie, or they just changed this that they actually jump to their death?
I think that's Men in Black.
That's not
the other guys.
No, those are black men, but not Men in Black.
Yeah, isn't it the other guys? That movie with Mark Wahlberg and Will Ferrell, where they're cops.
Maybe.
And,
they are.
Samuel Jackson Samuel L. Jackson and The Rock are meant to be super awesome agents, and for some reason they're chasing after bad guys. They jump off the roof and go aim for the bushes, and just splat on the ground.
That's that's a funny bit. What bushes? And anyway, Hawk, this clip of Boomhauer here, that's how Boomhauer speaks.
No, I know who it is now, yeah.
I like Nin now.
You're a bit behind.
All right.
I'm sorry.
I am good. We are done.
Every time this mofo opened his mouth. Stop talking!
Whew.
Oh god, it's like the last time we had a stream like this, it was the goddamn Superman video. Why Superman's the worst superhero of all time? Like shit video, great stream though.
I remember doing one that Batman was overrated. No, I watched that one.
Well,
I wasn't up for that one. I was just in the audience, like, what if Batman ate a bad shrink?
It's too late to exercise. Too late to drink. Maybe get some tea at best. I don't know. I'm gonna just take it easy.
Get yourself something cold to drink.
Yeah.
It's 2:00 in the morning here, and I've not even started my daily bed wrestling with my male friends.
Anyway, that was such an amazing video on various levels. Very entertaining. It's just so stupid that it didn't offend me. It just like everything was crazy, and it wasn't like this psychotic Maggie May crazy. It was just this dude is just a kid.
It was close.
Oh yeah,
like he didn't know what the hell he was talking about.
Oh yeah,
the issue is I think he's like 19, 20 years old, and he thinks he knows everything about the world. And the reality is he has no idea.
Makes me think of a joke from American Dad where Steve asks his sister, "How are those Psych 101 classes going?" "I've been to 3 lessons, but I already know it works."
School failed him.
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna let you go because it's been 4 hours.
4-hour stream. Good God.
So
really, that was 4 hours.
I didn't even notice. It's 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Wow.
9 over here.
Anyway, thanks guys for
Wow,
all the time.
No wonder I got so many angry messages from the missus.
New Zealand.
At least it's not
Messages like, Mrs. Hawk, keep it down. Mrs. Hawk, it's getting late. New Zealand, don't you mess with us again. Take your late for our bed wrestling.
Better or worse than the messages from the retarded lattes?
I mean, it's just some guy called a little review going, dumb no fuck mofo.
New Zealand, watch your fucking back.
All right, guys. Thank you for the suggestions. Keep them coming. Get the voting going as well. We will talk to you soon. Have yourself a good morning. Good night.
Right, bye.
Peace out.
Bye. Have a great time.
Oh, what a terrible video.